Output може ли да го махна? Hello again from JSTalks, Bulgaria 2020. Thank you for coming. Today is the second day of conference. We have mostly technical sessions and all sessions will be streamed, but we have limited attendance in one of the tracks here in Sofia Tech Park. I would like to say big thank you to all volunteers, all speakers and all partners who support our event. And I would like also to invite one of our best supporters, Bobby Simandov, who will share some things about VIA at our opening. Welcome, Bobby.
Second. I'll get my mask down. Sub-zero. What do we have? Yeah. All right. So good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me well. And good morning to everyone that is here. Actually, I can see like 10 people, 12, 15, I don't know, something like that. It's my pleasure to be here today and also to open and be part of the keynote for JSTalks 2020. And I would like to talk just a little bit about VIA. I said it yesterday, but today I would like to talk also about what is the company and what we do also here in Bulgaria. VIA is a transportation company. It's a digital transportation platform that we are building and we operate in global scale. Of course, everything started, as you can see in this picture, but today we have more than 150 partnerships around the world, 20 countries and more than 2 million rides per day. We specialized and we focused on shared ride, optimized rides, and we can move and we can optimize the transportation in the big cities in a quite efficient way. Of course, our focus and business models is not only in this area. We also operate in fixed route public transit, corporate campus shuttles, school buses around the world, transit planning services, and of course we invest a lot in electrical vehicles and automated vehicles. So we can, with our digital platform in the cloud, we can easily move and orchestrate a fleet of taxi robots or shuttle robots somewhere in the future. This is something that I believe it will happen very, very soon. What we present here and what we develop every single day with a huge engineering team that we have in Sofia, we are already about 30 people. We have like 300 plus engineers in Tel Aviv. And our headquarters is in New York, is actually a digital platform for green cities, comprehensive on-demand transit system. So what we do based on our algorithms in the cloud that run millions and millions of calculations every single second, we optimize the route of the fleet of shuttles that we operate, so that will be as much as possible efficient for different riders to get into the shuttle and then deliver them or drop off them to the nearest point. As you can see on the animation, our algorithms are optimizing the route in the best possible way so everyone could be happy, and ETA, the estimation time of arrival or delivery, will be as less as possible. Also, we convert the entire city or the place that we operate, the deployment that we have, we operate as one or multiple virtual stations instead of the rigid public transport that we have at the moment. On the left picture here, you can see that with VIA, virtually we create infinite amount of stops or places that we can pick up different rides or riders. So that is absolutely different than the normal public transit system, because instead of the riders to go to the public transport, we move the public transport, or via shuttles we move to the riders. So that's extremely innovative, and of course we're dynamic on-demand service. So with this, I would like to say again, thank you everyone that is on the stream, or the people that are here in the venue, and I would like to say, just join our rides, let's go and react. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to introduce Andrei, or you're going to introduce Andrei, because it's almost the same. Okay, go for it.
Doesn't matter, but our next guest is Andrei Bachmarov, who is also representative of one of our partners, Bika Services. But from another hand, Andrei is also speaker, enthusiast, community contributor. So welcome, Andrei, and I'm really glad that you are here with us.
Morning, everyone. I'm Andrei, and it's quite unusual to be here today. And up to when Mishra invited me to share a few things about the opening of the event, I really was struggling with one single question: what's the point? What I want to share is that this year, this event, what we do, the point is that we have 10 times the responsibility to keep it up and running. And I will not deliver any presentations, by the way. What I want to share is like the accumulated sentiment of so many colleagues, so many people we built this year, and why it's important to be here now. Because this year we can talk a lot about the difficulties we all have, that the doubtful challenges of working from home, which basically means you work from your kitchen, you work from your kids' room, you have kids all over the place. And I'm sorry not to be so excited today, because to understand the importance of this event, a colleague died yesterday. Sorry to be so sad. Another colleague died Sunday, COVID. And that's why what I want to share today is that it's super important that we keep it going, keep it running, and keep contributing to the system. Because actually a few of the things that made me happy those days were that we keep, as a community, like a few days ago, Bobby, who presented before me, made a very powerful statement. We all were like living with this reality show between dev.bg and the Facebook group dev.bg. And I'm so happy that in those times we can open such events, that despite that all the difficulties, all the technical difficulties, we keep going. I'll be talking a little bit later today. It's very unusual for me not to have slides or whatever, but the point which I want to make is let's keep it together. As you know, this year we had 30 or more people we've never seen. We saw them on, we saw them online. So the point is that it's online now, but let's hope it will be less online maybe next year. So very happy to see all of you. Very happy to see all of you I don't see. And I hope that we will have a wonderful event today. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much for the nice speech. And because we are already a little bit after the schedule, we will continue with technical presentations. We will have probably 1-2 minutes break. And after that, technical sessions will start. Here in track 1, which is also in person, you will be able to meet Naiden Gochev at the first track. Thank you.
Done. Momento de superdeslocação. Чува да се.
Чуваш се, сега се вижда вече и
Вади, че има connection issues, но може би от Wi-Fi. Добре.
Ето ти кабел за LAN.
Няма. Не съществува такива. Не сме да.
Вече се виждаш, вижда се екрана ти.
Okay. Hello everyone. So I will speak mostly to my screen because I guess that most people will be watching online. There are a few people here, but still, yeah. I will not have any slides. I have basically only one slide that is actually from this presentation even. I'm Naiden Gochev. I'm one of the 6 co-leaders of the Bulgarian Java user group. And yes, I have to speak on the JavaScript conference because I was forced by Mikhail, but I will not speak about JavaScript, to be fair. I will speak about productivity tips not involving coding. What I mean by not involving coding, many of us are developers or were developers, and we get extremely frustrated by the tasks that we have to do every day, like emails and like crap and notes and tasks and whatever. And basically, at least I recorded myself. I usually currently work as a contractor and I do development, but I'm losing around 60% of the time doing some other stuff and not development, even though I have to do a development. So I just wanted to share some hints, which most of them are more or less obvious to everyone, but how you can lower the 60%, or if you are 80% to make it 40 or whatever. So the first thing is we currently work from home, at least most of us. So you have to, of course, be like to be like enjoying your workday as more as possible. Like if you wanna work with a hoodie, work with a hoodie. If you wanna have a nice external monitor, of course, no one is working on these small screens like MacBooks or whatever. Everyone is using external monitor, external keyboard, nice chair, so you don't have a neck or back problems, and etc. However, I will start from the most inconvenient thing, at least for me, when I join any company, and it is the fact that I'm forced to use some tools or some operating system that I don't know how to use. For example, there is a company, it doesn't matter, but it's on the next side of the road actually here. They asked me, you have to, we are a Windows company and you have to use Windows. No, I will not use Windows. You are hiring me to do my job, so I need to use the tools that I'm familiar with. It's the same if you go in some company and they tell you, we only use Linux, no fucks given. I will not use it, or I will not use macOS. So I'm using macOS today, and most of the hints are more or less macOS specific. However, most of them have alternatives for all other operating systems, or they can be applied for all other operating systems. The first one, which is super simple, is probably many of you use terminal or whatever, and maybe many of you use ZShell. ZShell is basically the default shell in macOS since several years ago. But there is a framework which is called Oh My ZShell, that is basically super easy to install on any operating system, Mac, or if you're using Windows subsystem for Linux, or Linux subsystem for Windows, it doesn't matter. Basically, you can install Oh My ZShell. Oh My ZShell, as you can see, has a one line of install, and it has more than 250 different plugins. So you get things like autocomplete in Git, or if you're using something else, you basically can get autocomplete of everything. But what is the best, and what is the first opportunity, is when you change folders, you don't have to write CD. I know that this sounds super stupid, that you can just do projects. However, the fact that you are not doing CD here millions of times, like I don't have to do CD Nemesis and then Nemesis whatever console and so on. This is like already saving 7 or 8 different key presses. So definitely ZShell is amazing. The other thing that makes it amazing is if you have multiple things starting with Nemesis, instead of like hitting tab and you set like boom and you have a print of what are all the things that match, it shows you like an explorer like tree that even with an arrows you can move around, or with a tab, and you can basically hit enter and enter the stuff. So it's super fast to go around. When they go around, the macOS Finder is a piece of crap, to be fair. I even don't know, like the proper way to open a folder is like Command-O, so it's super bad. And if I want to go to something like, I don't know, I'm here and I want to go to JPrime app, I even don't know how to go there. So I prefer to use Marta. Marta is amazing open source file manager that is super fast. The backspace works as backspace, the enter works as enter, so super amazingly fast file manager. And for all the old guys that are used to Total Commander or anything like that, it even has this split view, so you have basically two views. I'm not that old, so yeah. But basically, it's like the perfect file manager for Mac. The next thing is the email. So I hate writing emails. I don't know if you like it, but I basically use an email client called Spark. So why Spark is great? Spark is actually available for Mac, Linux, Android, and iOS only. So it's not available everywhere, but it's completely free. And what does it do is, first of all, you have an inbox of many emails, blah, blah, blah. When you're writing an email, you can have like different, completely different like signatures, and you can set a plot signature to be used in what email, you know, all the stuff. But the reason why I use it is mostly because you have the amazing schedule email. So I can basically send later, set it, I don't know, this evening, and bam. And basically it will send the email today at 8 o'clock. So this is super productive when someone is forcing you, you need to answer the email today, but you don't want to receive an answer of your email. So you can just put it like the end of the working hours, right? So the project manager is happy, but you don't have tasks for today because that's great. Also, you can snooze an email. You can, I don't care about this email later today. It will come at 11 o'clock. I'm on the UK time, by the way, so it is actually after 2 hours. But basically, I get rid of this email and it will come at 11 o'clock. So it has some amazing features, and you can use all the aliases for your emails. Super easy if you use Gmail. As I said, I'm one of the Juke leaders, so I have Juke email and many other emails. So it's like to set it to add an alias takes 2 seconds. So that's amazing email plan. Let's speak about some Mac specific stuff. I'm using Mac because of multiple reasons, but the main one is I really hate the fact that when you open, it doesn't matter, some IDE, usually the menus, unless you're using Visual Studio, of course, because Visual Studio doesn't have extract or refactor or anything like that. But if you go to the refactor menu, you see there is a lot of stuff, and there are many shortcuts, and many of us doesn't know all the shortcuts. So what every Mac operating system has is the help search thing. I don't know how many of you use it. I even have a shortcut for it. But basically, when you go there, you can say things like, you can start typing, and it will actually find everywhere in the menus where is the actual extract introduced method, for example. This is super fast when you are not familiar with the IDE, or when you're using Photoshop, or when you're using any other like Office or whatever, and you know how it is kind of code, but you are not sure where it is. It is a lot faster to basically search than type than to search with your eyes and click around. And this works on all applications. There is no application where this doesn't work in macOS. There was in Unity, in Ubuntu, there was the same functionality. It was called a hub search. I don't think that it exists anywhere else, but in Unity, for some applications, it was not working for Java applications. But for some applications, it was working. In macOS, it works everywhere. And it's super lifesaver and super fast productivity. The other thing that I want to mention is Spectacle. Spectacle is a tool that basically gives you the possibility to move the things around. Okay, so you can do things like full screen, of course, but you can do things like the normal full screen. I don't know if you saw it, but basically, when I have a browser or whatever that is not positioned correctly, and you know Safari, let me show you. If you open Safari and if you click on or double click, it doesn't go full screen because there is a reason. I will not say stupid, but there is a shortcut not to use the full screen of macOS that is super bad, but to actually use the just the full screen, like the normal full screen for any app. It is even better because there are things like you can do like a central. So wherever the window is, instead of full screen, I can centralize it. So, and it has like, I can move it, pan it around, and or pan it like on top or whatever, and everything is done with shortcuts. And it's free. It's called Spectacle. So it's super fast and super easy for window management, and it's actually faster than if you're using Windows or Linux or whatever. The next thing that I want to mention before going to the big improvement is basically when you are on a Mac, there are a lot of nice animations. You know, you have this thing that shows you all the windows and whatever. But in reality, most of us, also me, we are using external keyboard, or we are using external monitor, and we cannot like swipe with few fingers and so on. However, one of the shortcuts, which is swipe down, is basically showing you the windows of the current application. So you have a way to show all the windows, and you have the way to show only the windows of the current application. It is super convenient to switch between multiple windows of the same application. For example, I have two projects open, and I can switch between them. In the way how I switch, it is available everywhere on Mac. It's available in Ubuntu Unity as well. It's not available in Windows, which is super absurd. But basically, instead of doing Command Tab, like a Command Tab, but it's command with the strange symbol, and basically it is switching between several IntelliJ ideas or several Photoshops. It's super good because many times when we work, we first, instead of having all the models in the same project, we actually have multiple projects, and we kind of sometimes copy stuff from one project, or we have like a platform and a website, and usually we want to like check something in the platform and go back to the website. A friend of mine that is called Peter Tekchiev, and I have been working 5 years with him already. Like each time when he's switching between them, he's going and he's completely opening the other project. So then it's like taking, I don't know, to reload the whole project, or to reload the new IntelliJ idea, or even if you just need to find a window, it takes time. While this doesn't take any time. So it's super easy and super convenient. And the main reason why I'm using Mac, by the way, is a tool called Alfred. It is the best, at least for me, productivity app ever. It's like something like $40. It can be activated. There is a free version. I will explain what the free version has. But it can be activated on two machines. So if you have a personal and a working Mac, you can use them on both of them. And Alfred is basically a replacement of the Spotlight. It's replacement of your search bar. So of course, it can do things like do something big. So when you're doing presentation, you can just do something. But it has some amazing features, and one of them is, for example, you can customize snippets. So I have a lot of snippets, as you can see here, and they're even great because I can search on them, okay? And basically, I have it in my clipboard. Of course, everyone is using the clipboard manager these days, Juncut or whatever, but what Alfred does is it gives you this nice searching, and it's great. The other thing that is great is you can set up a replacement of text. So for example, usually I'm writing things like, I'm not sure that it's will work here, but basically something like that, emote icons. But in many cases I'm in Bulgarian and I'm writing something like that. But what you can do in Alfred is basically when you write something like that, it can be replaced with something like that automatically. So I can yeah. So you can, of course, you can do things like that instead of the whatever. But you can even make things like the swag icons, the swag emojis to work everywhere. So in every application, you can use all the swag emojis. But what's the point? The point is that you can even set up the snippets here. Like you can set, usually the project managers are kind of, you have deadlines. I don't care. When I write deadline, it just says I love deadlines. I like the whooshing sound they make as they fly by. This is something that Douglas Adams said, that is the author of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But basically, you can do anything that lines. You can do anything to be replaced with anything, and it works everywhere. It doesn't matter, are you using Visual Studio Code, are you using IntelliJ IDEA, are you in a chat, or whatever. So this is one of the things that are great, and they are actually available even in the free version. What is not available in the free version, however, is workflow. But before going to workflow, it has some other stuff. As you can see, there is a file search, there is a web search, So basically, you can say when you start with something, I think it was Duke, whatever, it will search in DuckDuckGo for whatever. So you can specify where you want to search for something from the search box. So if you want to search something in Wikipedia or Stack Overflow or Yahoo and not globally, you can just say where you want to search it. But what is great, and of course it has one password and some other integration, is the workflows. This is what is great. And what the workflows does is basically give you a way to search, to have an integration between Alfred and any other app, basically. For example, nodes. Of course I have a lot of nodes. I don't know how many of you, but I have a lot of nodes. And it's very hard to search for them. But when I use a workflow code for nodes, and I can do things like n and then wherever, for example, paging, and it will find me the node for paging, usually in this case in hybrid. Or if I want to search for batch, it will find me what's the node for batch. So it's super fast to find nodes. And when someone asks me, oh, well, do you remember how it was whatever? I don't have to go in my email, or I don't have to go in my, I don't know, notes or notepad or whatever. I can just search because I get it in my notes. Also, it has things like time zone. I currently work in a project that is, the company is located in UK, but there are people in India and people in New York. So basically, when I say time zone, I can see whatever the time zone time is. And the good thing is, like, if I do something like, I don't know, 20:00, it will tell me 20:00. Currently, as I said, I'm in UK, but basically, what is the time when it is 8 o'clock in all these time zones? And this is super helpful when you receive some meetings that you kind of are not sure can you accept it, because once you accept it, it goes in your calendar and you can see the actual time. But before you accept it, you have to convert it, and with this one you can convert it. Also, I use a lot of tabs. I don't know how many of you use a lot of tabs. Currently, I have only 5, but in reality, I may have, I don't know, hundreds. This Mac is actually, I don't know, it's 32 gigabytes, and already I have 21 taken, even without the tabs. But basically, this plugin gives you the possibility, this Alfred gives you the possibility to search for tab. So I can say tab Twitter, and it will search me for my tab for Twitter, which usually I even don't see. What is great is that this works for Chrome, Chromium, Safari. It doesn't work for Edge for some reason yet. But for example, usually I even don't know where something is open, like the old reader, and it will find me the old reader. It is currently in Safari, and it will open the old reader. Actually, the old reader is quite a nice productivity tip as well. Every one of us is reading news, and this is more or less, I don't have a good internet. I don't know how the streaming is happening, but basically, the way how the old reader works is like the old Google reader. So you have RSS, and you receive all the news, and everything just works. One of the last things is I use a lot of reminders, the Mac reminders. That's why I use Mac. And there is a shortcut. So for example, if I decide that this is kind of important email, I can just select a shortcut in Spark and just save it, and I will have a reminder for this. So this stuff that usually you do 10 times every day or 50 times every day, they are usually taking you hours from your day, which you don't have to really lose because of, I don't know, your PM send you an email, or your colleague asked you a question, or you have to search your old codes to find the snippet, and etc. So these things are really, really, for me, kind of life-saving. The last thing that I want to mention that I forget, or one of the last things, is Jump Anywhere. I believe it's called. I believe it's tool written in Python or Ruby. Maybe I'm mistaken. But basically, it learns what are the paths that you usually open, and basically you can do like a Z and whatever, and it will jump to this particular folder. You don't have to write it the fully. As you can see, I just written J prime, and it knows that it's something like project J prime. But when you have multiple cases like Nemesis, you can actually tap, and I use FZ and ZFZ. which are for all my ZShell, and it shows you all the folders that he thinks that you have ever opened and he thinks that you mean. So it's super convenient when you like go around many times and you have to like switch between many folders. You just write Z and that's it. One of the last things is, I don't know how many of you use aliases, but this is actually my biggest productivity tip, let's call it. When I speak with someone and when he's sharing the screen and when he's like showing something, and when I see that he's writing like unclean or Maven cleaning stuff, and he's like doing typos and he's like getting an error at some point, and like it takes ages, I don't understand why he does not create an alias. Alias is super easy to be created. Basically, you just say alias and whatever command. And then next time when you write this command, it will basically do Maven cleaning stuff. So why I want to show this as a productivity tip, however, that I believe not everyone is aware of, is in Ubuntu, GNOME, Linux, I'm not sure about Windows, Mac as well, you can send a notification. So you can pipe the command with any notification. And what usually happens, at least for me, is when I do something like Maven install, I'm alt tabbing and I start doing something else. And usually I forget like that I even started the build, because the build usually takes, I don't know, 1 minute, 2 minutes, something like that. So what this will do is basically it will just give me a notification when the build is completed. And this is something that, of course, if you are writing it manually, you will never write, because it's like a long command. Yeah, I think I'm in not disturb mode or whatever. I have no idea how to stop it. Anyway, but yeah, it's the new market that I've upgraded and I hate it. But basically, it basically gives you a notification when the build is completed. Usually the project that I work on, it takes around 3 minutes the build to complete. And in some cases, when there are no errors, I get started. And what is happening is I'm starting the build, I start doing something else. And 10 minutes later, I'm like, oh, I have to start it now. But then I have to wait 5 minutes to start it. So I'm losing 15 minutes instead of 8 minutes. So like it happens every single time, like every time. It doesn't matter, am I switching to write an email? It doesn't matter, am I switching to speak with a colleague? It doesn't matter, am I switching to write a unit test? It happens every time. One of the last things is use what you are used to. Again, not only operating system. If you are familiar with Windows, stay on Windows. If you are familiar with Linux, or GNOME, or KD, or XFC, or whatever, just use whatever you are familiar with. I started doing programming with Eclipse, and I'm very familiar with the colors of Eclipse. So I cannot see a Java code in a different colors. Basically, as you can see, my IntelliJ IDEA looks like Eclipse, because I'm very familiar already with everything. Like I know that this is a field and it's blue. And when someone wanders and uses whatever ID or Dracula or whatever rainbow crap, it's great, but I cannot see it. It doesn't look like Java to me. It looks like, I don't know, something else, or it doesn't look like JavaScript. So, like I'm familiar, yeah, I switched to JavaScript because this is more familiar to most of you, but I'm familiar with these colors, and I'm familiar with widescreen. So there was a company in Poland when someone told me, we were not going to hire this guy because he's using a white background. What? What? Are you crazy? We actually in DevBG we made like a pool, like we basically asked how many people are using white and dark backgrounds. Of course, most people use dark. But what we found out is that most people that are 30 years old or older use white backgrounds. Why? Because when we started doing development, there was no black backgrounds. It was not possible to set a black background in Eclipse or Visual Studio or whatever. So we are used to these colors. However, when you do development during the night, and I usually stay on a totally black room, the light kind of hurts your eyes, of course. So I kind of use a tool called Night Oak. Basically, what is great is you can schedule the time of the day based on your preferences when it switches between the modes. And what it does is basically it switches your macOS. So you know everything becomes dark. Great. But for me, even the IntelliJ becomes dark because there is a plugin called Auto Dark Mode where you can specify what exactly theme do you want during the white as a white team and as a dark team. And even my team is a big change. I don't know, do you notice, but basically it looks kind of like the white one that I use with kind of the same colors, but it inverts black with white and so on. So it's kind of the same colors. I used a team called North as a base. But basically, yeah, I just use wherever you're used to. For example, sometimes you are forced to use, like in my case, IntelliJ Ideal, but I was using Eclipse for 10 years, and I'm familiar with these colors. And if like someone asks me, well, you have to use Visual Studio Code, I don't care. I have the same kind of colors in Visual Studio Code as well. Yeah, this team is not great because I made it, but the thing is that you have to use what you're familiar with. The team, the operating system, even the file manager, or like I use an app called Fork. I don't know how many of you use it, but Fork is like a GitHub app that gives you the possibility to, switch branches and whatever. It's like Source 3, but it works. And it's like, I don't know, there is a tower and some other tools. So it's my decision to use Fork. If I want to buy it, I will buy it. And that's it. So you have to be more productive or to be like your maximum productivity possible. Like you have to use the tools that you're familiar with. So yeah, that's my biggest note that I want to mention. And finally, when you use something, you all know that you use it a lot faster when you already know it. So it's not only for a new programming language or a new framework or whatever. It is for everyday tasks. And if I don't know the shortcut, if I don't know this shortcut, or if I don't know how to go like that, or whatever, it will take me seconds or even minutes to find the file and click around and whatever. And there is no point of losing this seconds or minutes or whatever. Because you can do what you love in these minutes, right? And you love writing code. So you have to use this time to figure out what is the best code you can write and not what is the shortcut for something, or where can I find my file, or how can I do that, or how can I open a terminal in this particular folder, etc., etc. Or how to answer the email, or should I keep like, what I see is most people keep unread emails, the emails that they have to answer, but they haven't answered, and they keep them unread. And in the end, they have like hundreds of unread emails. And yeah, well, then on your time tracker, you are writing. For 2 hours, I was answering emails. It doesn't work this way, right? So yeah, I hope that these tools will help some of you. There are some others that I probably forget because it's very early in the morning and I'm very sleepy. And as I said, I work for a UK company, so I actually start to work at 9 UK time, which is 11 in Bulgaria. Great. So I'm not so used to waking up so early. But I hope that Spark is an amazing email client that doesn't cost anything. Alfred is an amazing Spotify replacement that basically have a free version and you can start using it. And if you want workflows, you can go and check the workflows. There are some other workflows, by the way, like movie ratings. I know that is stupid, but I want to I want to see Supernaturals, on an old movie. And basically it gives me what is the rating in IMDb or Rotten Tomatoes or Metacritic. And even this one saves me time, It's not a productivity, but it's not from work, but basically I wonder what to look, and I can basically just check what are the ratings in 3 websites instead of opening all of them. So even this is like, also, I think it was this one, which is remind me. Was it remind? I'm not sure how it was because I usually use the Siri, but basically remind me to turn off the oven in 15 minutes. And basically it will remind me to turn off the oven in 15 minutes because I'm cooking something and I'm in the other room. Also, yeah, the Siri, no one likes to speak to his PC, but you can make Siri to work with typing. So you can type and basically the Siri will do this stuff for you. And yeah, there is, the other one is this fake stuff. So I can do things like, let me show you. So let's say I need an address data, and I can say fake address, and yeah, I don't remember the actual syntax, but basically now I have a fake address in my clipboard, or I can say fake name or whatever, fake name, or fake domain name, and I have a fake domain name, or something like that. And this faker or faking is great because you can even generate sets of data. I have to check how it was, but basically you can say fake address 20 times, and it will generate you 20 addresses in your clipboard. Then you can copy paste it in Excel in some column, and you have 20 addresses. So it is, again, maybe nothing, but it saves time. Toggle is the different tool that I use. It's for time tracking. Basically, I can just write toggle, and I can start when I do some task, and I can stop when I do some task, and basically it generates me the report at the end of the day. So I didn't have to manually enter some crappy things like time tracker or spreadsheets or whatever. But the biggest one, as I said, is for me is the nodes, like I don't know, trip or whatever, JSTalks agenda, and it will find me the node for that and the tabs one. That is just amazing. So there are several tools as an alternative. Just want to mention them. One is called Power Toys. It's for Windows. It's very basic. It's very it cannot do many of the stuff. It's free. It's .NET app. It has a nice fancy zones, image resizer, keyboard manager, nice rename feature. It has the nice runner. It has a shortcut guide, which is quite nice. So you basically hold the Windows key, it shows you the shortcuts. It has a video mute and mute, so when you start streaming, if you are a gamer or whatever, you can basically mute your microphone everywhere with a key. And it has some other stuff. My biggest feature for this one is it gives you a possibility to switch between already opened applications, like here. So instead of doing like, oh, where is my IntelliJ? Or you go down and you start, maybe if you know, dock is a bit faster because you know where everything is. But you can basically just say, you can start typing the application that you already opened and switch between them, and it works on Windows. There are a lot of options for Linux as well, but not some, not that great. But yeah, as I said, Alfred this is the main reason why I'm using Mac, by the way. It might be stupid, but it's because of this stupid font. It's called Monaco and Monaco or whatever. And to me, if the code is not in Monaco, it doesn't look like code anymore. So I cannot use manual or consoles or whatever because I'm using Monaco. So it will take me time to even switch the font. I know that's stupid, but yeah, you can install this font on any operating system. Yeah, but it will not be rendered the same way. So it's like it is. I think it is already known that if you are used to something, you need 21 days to get rid of it and start get used to the new thing. But why should I use 21 days, basically, right? If this one works. So that's all from me. I hope some of the tips and tricks are helpful for some of you. As I said, for me, basically, if I switch to any other operating system, probably I will not lose 60% of my time, but I will probably use like 90. So yeah, that's it, everyone. I'm not sure. should I join something for questions, or should we just discuss here because there is?
It's better to join it just because the people online.
I don't know the URL, by the way. So if you
If you
send
have an email, Microsoft Teams link.
Oh, I probably will never find it.
Presentator with no presentation.
Microsoft Teams. Yeah, I don't use presentation. Basically, I'm one of the organizers of JPrime, and our initial idea for JPrime was no blah blah conf, or no SlideShare conf, or no PowerPoint conf, because there is no point on a developer conference to use slides.
Okay.
Are you a project manager?
I will show you later. Just here that you want to share. You can share it with the other people. If they want to ask you questions, they can join the Microsoft Teams link, which they have. Only the registered people can join the Microsoft Teams and ask you questions.
Okay, is this the link, or can you stop the
Second.
Okay, I stopped the screen sharing. So is this one?
Yes.
Which one?
Долното.
Те да знам, човек.
Ма,
Получих
то, че
15
ще
мейла, които са
имаш.
update. Добре, някой иска да нещо да пита Индомин тая?
Да, тези, които са тук, могат да си питат.
Така и да не. Ако някой иска да си купи Долмак, мога да му продам.
Планираме да я снимаме.
Не, аз просто защото си изкарам пари от ДДС-то, нали, за това много продам. Просто си дам много. Какъв беше въпросът, извиня?
Дали го подаряваш?
Не го подарявам. Малко скъп дойде. Май дойде към 7.
Добре, благодарим ти за презентацията и ако няма въпроси от залата, може да се джойнеш.
Знам да може да се джойнеш.
Опитваш се да се джойнеш. You're
Microsoft.
not a fan of Microsoft, знаем.
Да, не трябва да ползваш два тула на Microsoft по едно също време. Добре, Skype ме изпрам. Само един тул на Microsoft. Не, ако трябва да съм честен, Linux Subsystem for Windows или Windows Subsystem for Linux, както да се казва, съм доста изненадан колко е бърза и всъщност, честно казано,
Най-доброто от двата свята.
не е най-доброто от двата свята, защото фонт рендеринга на Windows се изглежда като лайно, но като цяло е...
Не е крала система.
За мен, аз бих ползвал Deepin, примерно, или нещо друго.
И благодарим ти.
Ето колко е красив. Добре, дай си Deepin. Windows изглежда като нещо от 95-та година. Не знам, тук не мога да се джойна май.
Изглежда не написа.
Долу пишеш като гост. Нямам да за Microsoft. За мен Microsoft Teams е за компании, които не могат да купат слаки. И не могат да купат и Google Business Suite.
Ако няма въпроси от залата, може да се сложим край на презентацията.
Добре. По принцип, тъй като има още 9 минути, ако някой не иска. Мерси. Добре. А това трябва да се джойна по принцип.
Да, извън презентацията ми.
Другия път обещавам да храня джаз. Не знам кой ще презентира тук за следващото.
Да.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Amdocs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers, which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements, are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, with a light and a lot to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
Devexa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. Devexa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SANAP. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SANAP.
Сега вече трябва да се чуваш и виждаш. Добре. И може да започва.
See? So, hello everyone. My name is Maya Lekova, and I'm part of the V8 team at Google München. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about JavaScript and more about an optimization we've done in V8. I promise I'm not going to show any C++, even though that's the main language I work in. And I'm going to show just a tiny bit of JavaScript. So there will be a link later to one of the other talks that is related to mine, and you can also listen to this one. So yeah, you can find me at Twitter and GitHub, and I don't have other interesting open source projects besides my work on V8, but maybe let's really look into what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to probably squeeze in a little bit less than 45 minutes so we can go earlier to lunch break. And yeah, we'll start with actually understanding what V8 and TurboFan are. And the main reason why I'm doing this work that I'm going to present to you today is WebGL, and also WebGPU, which is coming soon to all modern browsers. So that's the link that I mentioned. If you're more interested in the WebGPU as an API or from the JavaScript point of view, you can jump to track 2, where we have a nice presentation running parallelly with mine that is about WebGPU from the point of view of a JavaScript developer. I'm going to talk about a little bit cover about how it's implemented in Chrome. And then I'm going to introduce you to an optimization I'm currently working on as part of Chrome, and show you how you can use Chrome DevTools and other tools that are packed within the Chrome browser to profile your web applications. And I actually use the same tools to profile the work that I'm doing, and show you the results and our plans with this new feature. So first, let's talk about what is V8. It's a open source JavaScript engine, and its main user is the Chrome browser, or also the open source Chromium browser. And that means that it's also embedded in frameworks like Node.js and Electron. And recently, Microsoft Edge jumped to using Chromium as well. So if you're a Windows user, there's a high chance that you're also using V8, even if you're using Edge. And V8 is currently developed mainly by Google, and we also have some really nice external contributions, mainly for platforms different than x64 and x86. And it's written in mainly, again, C++. We also use JavaScript for parts of the engine and mostly for our tests. And we have our own language called Torque that I'm just briefly going to mention in this presentation. And it's actually created for the V8 project, so you might not have heard of it until now. So let's dive right away into how V8 works as a language engine and a compiler. So first of all, the job of V8 is to execute the JavaScript code that you provide to it, either through the web browser or through Node.js. So your server-side application or your web application. Basically, we take the JavaScript source code, we parse it into an abstract syntax tree, and the first step is to generate bytecode out of this abstract syntax tree and execute the bytecode. But then, apparently, people decided that, I don't want to use JavaScript only to make some animations in my website. I want to actually have rich web applications such as Gmail or Google Earth or Microsoft Teams. Why not something that does a lot of work. So then comes the interesting part, and why, for me personally, V8 is a challenging project, because we want our JavaScript to run as fast as possible. So we don't want to simply interpret it as a source code or as bytecode. What we want to do is optimize it to machine code so it can run to a speed that is as closest as possible to native speed, or to the speed that is achieved by native languages such as C++. So that's already quite a large goal, I would say. And this part that compiles it to machine code, it's called Turbofan, and actually is the project that I'm mostly working on as part of the V8 team. So it uses some feedback from the runtime and gathers this feedback to decide which functions are hot enough to be optimized to machine code. And that then optimizes it to platform-specific assembly, basically. Whether it's for Intel architectures, for ARM, so we support also ARM for mobile devices, and recently for Apple devices, and also MIPS, which is contributed by external contributors. And we also have some old architectures that are kind of not deprecated now, but I'm not going to dive into them at all. So this is the high level, and then what particularly does Turbofan within V8? So it, I actually forgot to mention, but V8 executes a pipeline. So it goes through it processes your JavaScript code through a number of steps. And Turbofan is one of those steps, but it is a pipeline on its own. So first of all, it takes the bytecode that the parser produced from your JavaScript code and builds a graph out of that. Then why we choose graph as a representation? Because that gives us a lot of flexibility to optimize the code. And what are some of those optimizations that we do? We do things like function inlining. So for instance, if you have a small function called very often by another function, you can directly take the code of the callee of the small function and put that into the code that you generate for the caller function. And that actually saves you from preparing the system stack for yet another function call, which apparently is a lot of work. And that's just one example. We do constant folding. So if you see that all of the time you execute your code with a given variable having a given value, that's that means that you can just bake in this value in the machine code. And things like that, rope unrolling, redundancy elimination basically gets rid of code that is already executed somewhere else in your program, and we can reuse the result out of that without introducing some incorrectness in the program. So when Turbofan is finished with trying to simplify the graph of your program, it generates a macro assembler which is platform agnostic. So most of our code is written in a way that it can run on all of the different hardware platforms we support, and then translates that to platform-specific machine code. So that's maybe a little bit easier to understand what I'm telling you now. This is what Turbofan gets out of the parser. This is the bytecode, and then we get the runtime type feedback, or basically you can think of it as a system that watches what your code does and tries to infer some information out of that. Tries to tries to understand, oh, this variable, for instance, has always the value 42, so I can try baking in that in the machine code as a speculative optimization. And if at some point the variable changes, I'll change the whole machine code. But until then, I can execute faster code. And most of the time, that does the job. So these are different passes of Turbofan, basically taking the JavaScript, again, as a bytecode, turning it into somewhat lower level representation, and then machine representation, and then only this last step of turning it into optimized machine code is actually what is platform specific. So we tried to write V8 and Turbofan in a way that we write as little platform specific code as possible. And then how does that fit into Chromium? So V8 is responsible for fetching and executing the JavaScript code in a web page or Node.js application. But yeah, let's cover the Node.js use case later. Let's focus on some web application. And then another component of Chromium is called Blink. That's the layouting engine. And it actually uses an API provided by V8 to call JavaScript built-ins or to provide access to the JavaScript developer to some built-in functions. And built-in functions, for instance, could be things like array.prototype.sort or anything provided by the standard library of JavaScript for you. So we want those to be as fast as possible because we assume that the JavaScript developer calls them quite often. And also it provides you access to libraries, let's call them libraries like WebGL and WebGPU, and also things like Canvas 2D, which is for 2D graphics, or Web Audio, Web MIDI for, again, sound manipulation, which are, so those are exposed to the JavaScript developers as high-level libraries, but internally the browser takes care of using lower-level libraries for those, for providing the best performance possible. So as close as possible to native performance. And of course, nobody wants to get their data from their bank account stolen when they open the website of their bank. So also Blink takes care of providing safety and security checks by isolating different browser tabs and different iframes within a single tab. So this is how the interactions between V8 and Blink look like roughly. So V8, as I already mentioned, has two main kinds of code that it executes. This is the interpreted code, which is the slower one, and the generated machine code, which is, it takes more time to get generated, but then it executes faster. So this is, you can think of this as the JavaScript land. And then Blink, which is written in C++, gets called by V8. So there your JavaScript calls enter the C++ land. And we have the V8 bindings, which are, as any bindings you can think of, they're a glue layer between the different components in the system, between V8 and Blink. And those go into something that, I don't think that's an official term, code handlers, but it's basically functions that dispatch to the low-level libraries. For instance, a WebGL call might call OpenGL, which is already a native library, and is using the hardware in the most efficient way, or other low-level libraries. So, yeah, let's talk about how a WebGL call looks like from the JavaScript code and how it reaches the GPU or the graphics processing unit. Now, actually, that's my only JavaScript slide. Sorry about that, and it even contains snippets. But basically, the idea here is that we have some user function. Let's call that foo. We do some initial setup to obtain the canvas, to set up a WebGL context in this way. And then we probably set up some shaders, upload some data to the GPU, and finally, we call draw arrays to draw some data in the GPU. And this function, turns out this draw arrays function is one of the hot functions in a typical WebGL application. So typically in WebGL, what you would do is try to call multiple times per frame some of those functions like foo, which does a draw call, or in this instance, the draw arrays. And this is executed maybe hundreds times per second. And we want it to be as fast as possible. So this is something that you probably wouldn't do in a regular WebGL application, but I'm just showcasing what setup is needed to trigger turbofan into generating machine code for your JavaScript program. It's just calling foo in a tight loop so that it gets hot. Normally, what you would do is just load your JavaScript application. This might be a WebGL application, and throughout the first couple of frames, the code is still interpreted, but this feedback is gathered all the time. And suddenly we decide, oh, I actually executed this function maybe 1,000 times already, so it seems hot. Let's optimize it. Let's take the additional effort to produce faster code out of it. So then come into play those bindings that I mentioned between Blink and V8, and they are defined in a language called WebIDL. So this is actually a very useful technology to be aware of if you're interested in what functions you might call in APIs like WebGL or WebGPU or any of the other popular web APIs. Because WebIDL, it's an abbreviation from Web Interface Definition Language, defines the prototypes and the interface types of the library. So basically you don't need to, or yeah, of course you might open things like MDN to look at what the library provides, but you can also open the source of truth, which is the WebIDL definition for the library. So this is, here I just want to point that Blink in connection with V8 actually are kind of a heterogeneous system. So the Blink bindings take the WebIDL interface language and generate C++ code out of it. And this is done with Python because why not? And then this C++ code is contains things like classes for each of the WebIDL interface types. So for instance, if you take WebGL as an example, the WebGL rendering context would have its own class in C++. And each of the methods defined in WebIDL would be translated into C++ methods. For instance, the draw arrays is one such an example. Then V8 also defines its own C++ interface. And what happens here, V8 calls the Blink bindings, and those call the called handlers in Blink. I'm gonna show this a little bit later again with a picture. So this is how WebIDL looks like. So as I promised, I'm not showing any C++. This is not C++ actually, even though it looks a lot like it. But it's, even for people not familiar with C++, it's supposed to be more or less informative about what, first of all, how the interface is called, this rendering context class, and what methods it contains, such as draw arrays, what kind of arguments they take. So because in JavaScript, we are not used to having concrete types for concrete arguments. We can make use of duck typing, but WebIDL strongly defines the type that it expects for various methods. And that's because it operates with a lower level library, which actually expects exact types. So for instance, the mode of draw arrays is some enum, so a value from an enumerated type. So you can't just pass 100, for instance, to that mode. You can pass one out of a couple of values to make sure that draw arrays operates as you expect. And then this was, again, just an example. So let's try to understand how. So this was the state of things 1 year ago, at least for Chrome. How to call an optimized function? How an optimized function in V8 calls into Blink. So let's remember the example from a couple of slides ago, where our function foo is executed in a tight loop and gets optimized. So this is already, we're in the generated code. So foo calls draw arrays, and this enters the C++ land of Blink, calling into one of the generated code handlers, In this case, it would be draw erase operation callback. That's not really important. What is important is what this code handler does. First, it takes care of unwrapping the arguments that are might be of some embedder type. So in the case with draw erase, we don't have an argument that is of an embedder defined type. But if you take functions such as bind buffer, for instance, it expects a WebGL buffer. It doesn't operate correctly if you pass to it a WebGL texture or some integer or anything like that. So this unwrapping of arguments is done in Blink, and then does the type and security checks that I mentioned, which are important to make sure that you can't break out of iframes if the web developer doesn't expect that. And then after those checks are done, it calls into the lower level draw erase function, which then calls straight into OpenGL. And yeah, we're not so interested in this last part. And yeah, why am I at all trying to modify this? If it works already, why should we care? Well, it turns out that since this was implemented, other web browsers proved that it's possible to do such calls much faster than Chrome currently does. So this bug is already from 2014, and it points out that Firefox's bindings are 50% faster than Chrome's. And why is this important for us as Chrome developers and probably important for all of the users of Chrome? Because these bindings are an overhead that is applied to each call to a low-level function. So a WebGL application is not as fast as it could be. And apparently, yeah, we decided to fix that at some point. So how could we do that? I'm going to use WebGPUs as an example here, but this is an investigation done by one of my colleagues from the WebGL and WebGPU teams. So he did an experiment showcasing that, basically the CPU sends work to the GPU, and that takes some time doing the so-called serialization of commands to the GPU. So this can take up to, let's say, 90 milliseconds on average. And then the GPU needs to deserialize those commands and actually execute them or submit them to the hardware. And this happens to take 60 milliseconds. That means that the GPU, one third of the time, it's staying without any work to do. And that's not good, because why do we have those powerful GPUs if we can't use them, if the CPU is the bottleneck all the time? Then, yeah, this colleague from the WebGPU team did a couple of experiments. I'm not going to dive into too much detail. What I want to show to you about those is that that wasn't even though we knew how the system works, we knew what the architecture is, it wasn't particularly clear how to solve this performance issue. So we needed to do a couple of experiments and actually observe how they are performing. So in the case of those 3 experiments, the performance gain was kind of similar, but what we chose in the end was the implementation that has the least code complexity. So this is maybe something that you would encounter also in whatever other areas of programming you might be entering. When there is an ambiguous question, sometimes you just need to make experiments and show in practice which is the best solution. And if there are competing solutions, then I would say choose the simplest one. In our case, the simplest one turned out to be work in turbofan, so that's why I'm doing this. And this is my project for the past 1 year, basically. So let's again back. This is the same information that I showed you a couple of slides ago, how V8 calls into Blink, and what does this code handler do? Two main parts: unwrapping the elements and doing type and security checks. So we started scratching our heads and we realized, oh, the first part can actually be done from generated code, and it might be cheaper than doing it in C++ in Blink. The second part we can even omit doing it at certain moments. So we can for certain function calls, we can just not do the type and security checks if we know at compile time that those will be that, for instance, a security call will be allowed. So yeah, let's see what this leads us to. So basically, the main idea of the fast API calls is to inline the argument and return value conversions in optimized code in Turbofan, in the code generated by Turbofan, avoiding calls to the runtime. So this is again crossing the barrier between C++ and JavaScript, which is not so cheap, unfortunately. And that's by design. We can't get rid of this barrier magically. And the work we did is an extension of the current V8 API that we have in C++. And we had those two main goals, besides, of course, making the performance better. We wanted our work to be reusable by other hardware APIs, such as WebGPU and probably Web Audio. We already have a use case for Canvas 2D, and also other embedders, such as Node.js. So I'm going to show you a small example with how Node.js used the fast API calls. And the second goal is that this can be reused not only for JavaScript, but for WebAssembly. Because it turns out that a lot of the performance interesting, I would say, applications are compiled nowadays to WebAssembly. And we also need to ensure that WebAssembly has a fast way to interface with the hardware. For instance, by calling WebGPU, or WebGL, or any of those. So this is a slight modification of the picture we had before. These parts, the runtime, the part below, is basically the same as before. But we now also look at what is happening before the generated code starts executing, and that's compiling the code. So now we distinguish between having a compile time step, which means at some point when your function gets hot, we start a background thread. So we don't interrupt the main JavaScript loop, but we start compiling this function to native code on the background. And this is an additional step. It consumes more CPU, but we have many cores, so why not just use them? And then we enter the runtime world. So that this is where the two main parts of work went. One of them is happening now at compile time, and the other is happening at runtime again, but in the generated code. Or at least that was the first prototype that we had. So apparently, it turned out that this is a nice architecture in terms of improving performance, but there are some limitations of it. Of course, nothing comes for free in computing. So the main limitation, this is what I've noted here as number one, this is that the code handlers in Blink, the fast handlers, can't allocate objects on the JavaScript heap. And that means, for instance, that you can't throw JavaScript exceptions and you can't log to the console because this is allocating strings. And then I have yet another complex picture, which is actually a slight modification of the previous one. I'm not going to dive into too much details, but we decided, okay, we have the new fast callback, but we also have the regular callback from before. It's there anyway because not all functions can be ported to the new API. So why not generate code that can dispatch between both of them based on a condition? So if the fast callback decides, oh, I encountered an error, the user gave me not the WebGL buffer that I expect, he gave me a texture, for instance. Then I need to throw an exception to signal this error to the user in a meaningful way. So it goes back to generated code through a simple parameter, and then we again go through the regular callback. So this is again reusing the code that we already had and just, well, extending and maybe making the generated code a little bit more complex. But then we have the fast path above and the regular path below. And we can make use of both of them. So where did this lead us? Now I'm gonna share with you what tools basically I'm used for measuring the impact of this, and actually most of those micro benchmarks were provided to me by the WebGL team. So things like the workload simulator, which just calls which makes some draw calls or data uploads. So uploading things like textures to the GPU in tight loops, and it can simulate them for large number of calls, which is nice to isolate the overhead of those bindings that we are targeting to optimize. Then WebGL Animal Matter, all of these are actually public links. So it's doing some calls for each triangle in the scene. We also had performance tests that can be run on Chromium's perf infrastructure, and those were actually nice for us, and we are just beginning to use them extensively, because there we can see not only what improvement we had in the first version, but if we regress the performance with some features that we add in the future. So I would say this is, again, a takeaway for other projects as well. Strive for having automated testing, also including performance testing, that alarms you in cases where you degrade the performance or the stability of the system or whatever metrics you care about. This is really important for basically for having a good night's sleep and not worrying all the time, oh, did I actually break something with my latest change? And then the last thing is an experiment in Node.js, which was contributed by Gus Kaplan from the Node.js contributors. So he ported the process HR time function, which is a high resolution timer, to use the new fast API. And again, the benchmark is just running it in a tight loop. But, well, of course, we can't only care about micro benchmarks. We need to run real world loads. And I've given 2 examples here of WebGL applications that I'm using extensively. First of them is the aquarium, WebGL aquarium, which, it is an aquarium with fishes and your camera is in the center. I'm going to show it a little bit later. But you can increase the number of fishes to a point of, let's say, 500,000, where you really load the GPU and the system that is calling the GPU. And there's also Unity's Tiny Racing game, which is an actual racer game. Very cartoonish one, but it's using WebGL extensively, so it's an interesting use case for our project. And then how I'm measuring this, these are tools that are available in all builds of Chrome. And the first tool is Chrome / tracing. So it gives you the possibility to record a run of your web application. And in advance, you choose which metrics you care about. So then it shows you averages of those metrics, for instance. And the ones we care about in this project are the CPU total time, which is how much did I load the CPU. So if the user has 8-core CPU, for instance, and this shows 150% average CPU time, that means that Chrome has been utilizing 1 core at the full and the 2nd core at the half, for instance. So that's why the percentages might be above 100. And then there is a specific metric for how much time TurboFan spends optimizing, how much time is spent in Blink, in the code handlers. These are more of internal metrics. But for instance, CPU total time is something that you might care about if you're writing some performance critical web applications in general. Then we have browsing stories, which are just a collection of 25 popular websites. And we again track similar metrics to the one that I already mentioned. And I chose 2 of those websites, which actually call a lot of WebGL. And these are Google Maps and Google Earth. And Google Earth, by the way, also uses the WebAssembly pipeline a lot. And then there is a last tool that I'm going to mention that is probably familiar to most of you. This is one of the tabs in DevTools, the performance tab. And it's I call it the CPU profiler because that's what it how it's implemented in V8. Actually, most of the information that you see there is coming out of V8. And it shows you a nice timeline of how your web application has run. Yeah, with with real time actually, and then it shows you a categorization of where the CPU time was spent. For instance, here in this example, we have scripting taking more than half of the total time that your web application utilized. And scripting is what is basically your JavaScript code running in the browser. And there is also rendering, painting. Those are showing you, at least non-directly, but they're a proxy to how much time was spent in the CPU doing rendering work or the GPU itself. And yeah, the small trick with that was that initially it didn't support the fast API calls, because by saving some work, by not doing all of the work that the regular API calls do, we actually dropped the part that enables the CPU profiler to look into those calls. So I actually needed to do some additional work just in the last couple of weeks. So that's why I'm not going to show you an official build of Chrome, because this is still not released, but I've recorded some demos of this. I hope they run fine here without sound. Yeah, so this is the WebGL Aquarium. Here we open the performance tab in the CPU profiler. We start recording and stop it after a couple of seconds. So we actually care about not about the loading of the web application, but about how it's running when you're already in the game, kind of, if that was a game. So this processing takes some time. I think I've cut the video actually, but yeah, okay. So here's the resulting profile. So there you see previews of the frames we generated or thumbnails, and we jump somewhere around 5 seconds, for instance. And I'm searching for instance, for draw elements, which is again called WebGL. And here you can zoom in and see where this draw elements is called from. So for instance, we have some user render function, and then another draw group, and another library functions probably. And then you reach the draw elements, which is the native call we care about. And yeah, that was how DevTools is used. And then Chrome tracing, it's more or less similar. So again, our favorite aquarium. I prefer it than the racing game because I don't have to interact with it to generate the load. So here you can choose from different groups of metrics. In this case, we care about some internal V8 metrics. We again record a profile. And yeah, by the way, all of those metrics are exposed to the user of Chrome on purpose, because if you want to profile why your performance critical application is behaving too slow, for instance, you can dive as deep as you want into the implementation details of the browser to be sure, oh, am I actually doing something that is not expected to be done? And in this case, yeah, here again, you see some timeline, but we're interested in the averages of those metrics. So here, the C++ duration of blink was 1.2 seconds, and some time spent optimizing in Turbofan. And we also have the CPU time that I mentioned, 54% something. And then this is actually available since Chrome 87. There is one of the Chrome flags that enables this optimization that I'm presenting to you now. If you search for unsafe fast.js calls, you can enable it and already have it running and observe what happens to your performance critical applications if they suddenly get faster. So with the case of the aquarium, we don't see big change in the frames per second metric. So this is the metric that most graphics developers care about, apparently. But still, if we do another recording of the performance, I might actually skip forward. This is basically choosing the same categories. Then we see, metrics. And the CPU time percentage is kind of lower, not significantly lower in this particular run. But for instance, the time spent in Blink, it suddenly drops to less than a second from 1.2 seconds. And this might not look like a huge win, but again, you've seen that this is only a couple of seconds of a recording. So if you save even 30% out of that, this is already an important win. And yeah, let's see what numbers we measured. Actually using Chrome tools in this for this slide of numbers. The gain is more visible in micro benchmarks, and that's not surprising. There we see improvements in the CPU total time up to 24% for some of the benchmarks, or 36 in some cases. And what is interesting is that the real-world WebGL aquarium that I showed you is already experiencing 24% improvement in the CPU total time. And why do we care about CPU total time? It's not only that now our application can do more work using the same hardware, but if it doesn't do this work, it actually saves the battery of your mobile phone, for instance, if you're running it on a mobile. So this is already, anyway, saving work is good. And then these are the real-world benchmarks. I've used, again, the aquarium in another setting, and there is some example application of the Babylon.js framework, which only gets around 10% improvement, and Unity's Tiny Racing game is getting around 7% improvement. And the browsing stories, or those popular websites that I told you about, the Earth one, Google Earth, is getting a lot of improvement in the metrics of the time spent executing C++ in V8 or C++ in Blink. So they are reduced with up to 7%, and for Google Maps, which many of us use every day, there is an improvement of up to 3.4%. And then, actually, something that was surprising for me was that this Node.js experiment that I mentioned, contributed by Gus Kaplan. So there he's, basically he's using the HR time function, the process.hrtime, and running it, in this case, 1 million times. So it's really well isolating the overhead of those V8 bindings. And there, this process/bench HR time is something that you can see in the Node.js repo. You can run other benchmarks from Node.js from this folder. But basically, this one that we care about is seeing 246% improvement. And this is not CPU total time. This is the total runtime of the benchmark. So if you just run it in your console, you would see it run 2.5 times faster, which is, I would say, this is already quite useful. And let's quickly jump into what do we support and what do we plan to support soon. So the initial implementation was actually released in V8 8.2, which was around a year ago, the beginning of 2020. And since then, besides the pandemic, some nice things happened to V8, and those were adding more primitive types to the Fast API, with floating point support coming into V8 8.8, which is the current release. We don't support non-void return types, which is it's not a problem for WebGL, for instance. So void return types means functions that don't read anything out of the GPU, in the example of WebGL. But you rarely want to read data out of the GPU, because this takes time to, as I mentioned, serializing commands and deserializing them, reading the data, and doing the whole process back. So this, by architecture by the way, the GPU is architectured, always takes a lot of time. So there is no point in optimizing the small overhead of V8 on such functions. And yeah, as I showed you, there is a flag in Chrome 87 that enables this. And what we are currently working on is supporting basically more types for arguments, supporting all types such as geo buffers, textures, anything that could make this new API more usable. And yeah, some process work, also undergoing a security review, because by omitting doing the security checks in some cases, we might open a security hole in Chrome, and nobody wants this, of course. Or yeah, in V8, which is even worse because you definitely don't want a security hole in your server application running in Node.js. And then even more argument types are coming, overloads of functions, optional arguments, and some of the web IDL annotations, which provide some more rigidness of the API. So for instance, by enforce range, you can say, oh, I want a parameter that means for me percent and needs to be between 0 and 100, and anything else throws an exception. And again, having the goal in mind to make this API applicable to WebGPU, which is coming early next year for Chrome, and to WebAssembly. So that was it from me. And yeah, I'd like to take any questions. I guess we also have questions in the Teams, but if anyone's curious about as I promised, didn't show any C++, so thanks for bearing with me and staying until the end. And yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks then everyone. And I guess I'm gonna stay in the Teams.
Ако имат въпроси, могат да ти ги зададат на този линк, който са получили всички регистрирани, така че би трябвало да влезнат там в самия Teams да зададат въпросите си и да може да си поговорите с тях. Супер! Благодаря ти!
Благодаря и аз!
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers, which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements, are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster grows out of the sea. You're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SANAP. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SANAP.
Welcome to Bosch I/O in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch I/O, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Welcome to Bosch I/O in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch I/O, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Amdocs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to do for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SunUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SunUp.
А нечий телефон звъни?
Вече аз ли съм? Дай ми някакъв знак, само като ме пускаш.
Готов си, вече се виждаш и трябва да се чуваш.
Okay, hi everyone. Can you hear me all right? Well, I guess you can say so. Anyway, welcome to this presentation. It's going to be about technical interviewing, the JavaScript edition, although I should warn you there's very little JavaScript in this presentation. I'm Mikhail Mikov, and I am currently an engineering manager at SumUp. I'm also a sci-fi fan. I really like to play board games, and I juggle things from time to time. Okay, so enough about me. As you all know, the only reason to ever shave is when you're trying to get a job, right? So this meme is being very popular. It's still funny. What this talk is not about. Well, I'm not going to talk about how to search for jobs. I'm not going to talk about if you're a company, how to attract your candidates. And I'm not going to talk about money. We're not going to talk about salary negotiation plans and all that stuff. But we are going to talk about the interview process as a whole. And we're going to focus on if the interview process is a series of steps: engagement, is the candidate interested, is there an organizational fit, screening, should we interview, can we automate this process, face-to-face interviews, which actually determine whether we should make an offer to the candidate, and this should be mostly manual, and then we proceed to offer, and we talk about compensation of benefits. So this talk is going to focus on screening and face-to-face interviewing. And there is not one correct way to do this, right? There is no one correct interview process. It depends on many things, such as your company size, your company culture, the team maturity, your time to market needs. So it would depend on what type of people, at what stage of their development do you need, and how fast do you need to onboard them and to get them going in your organization. There are a lot of types of interviews, and these are the ones I'm going to focus on today. We have system design, depth of expertise, a coding interview, obviously, a bar raiser, and a wash-up. And the wash-up is not a type of interview, but it's an important step in the process, so I'm going to mention it towards the end. And there are different ways to conduct these interviews. So we have a sort of test or a questionnaire that you can fill out. We have a lot of whiteboard interviewing. You can do pair coding. You can give the candidate a homework assignment. And these are all valid and work with the different types of interviews in different ways, and we'll discuss that. But whatever the type of interview, however you're conducting it, interviews are mainly about one thing, and that's evidence. So the interviewer is collecting evidence about specific topics, such as technical knowledge, right? How well does the candidate know the language? How well does he know the tooling? How well does he understand the ecosystem and the things that they need to develop and algorithms and all that stuff? They need to understand problem analysis. So how do they break down problems? This includes awareness of complexity, completeness of the solution. And then we have things like management skills, which are like basically, we call them soft skills, but they're very important, like prioritization. Does the candidate know what they need to do first? What's the most important? How do they measure? What's the impact of a specific thing? Collaboration skills, right? You're not hiring somebody to work in a vacuum. You're hiring them probably to work in a team. So you need to understand how well would that candidate fit in that team. And of course, values and culture, which are very important, albeit being a little bit overexposed at the moment. Okay, so what is evidence, right? We want to collect evidence, but what does evidence mean, right? Well, here are some examples of bad evidence. I like how the candidate thinks. The candidate has good understanding of the subject. The candidate solved the problem well. The candidate obviously knew what we were talking about, right? All of these statements do not carry actual information. They're an expression of nothing, right? Well, like, good, obviously, these don't carry information. What we need is informative statements. For example, the candidate broke down the problem into the X, Y, and Z subproblems. The candidate described how to use technology M to address the problem Z. The candidate proactively identified A, B, and C as additional concerns. The candidate was able to clearly explain how M worked. So these are unbiased and concrete, right? This is a statement of fact about the candidate's performance. They demonstrated their knowledge, and you've recorded that using these statements, specific statements. You can also record negative statements, such as red flags. The candidate did not identify this as a problem, and so on and so forth, right? So good interviewers are like detectives. They're looking for the evidence. And that's kind of the main slide of this presentation, right? You're looking for evidence. Conversely, if you're a candidate, good candidates are like sloppy criminals. They need to leave a lot of evidence behind, right? You don't want to leave the crime scene clean. You have to be very careful about that. You have to present yourself so that the interviewer understands that you have all that skill and knowledge and that you are a good candidate for that position. Okay. Another important thing is, as an interviewer, you are not a judge. You are just collecting evidence, right? You're not there to make a Boolean style true-false decision. You're not there hire, no hire. You're there to collect evidence that will be used to determine whether the candidate is a good fit. But during the interview, you're not just trying to reach, the interview is not a function that returns true or false. It's a function that returns a set of evidence, and you need to do that. Also, as an interviewer, sorry, I a little bit can't hear you. Also, as an interviewer, you're responsible for enabling the candidate to perform their best, right? You're not there to make the candidate feel bad. You're not there to show them that you know more or that they don't have specific skills. Nobody knows everything. Going to an interview is stressful enough already. You don't need to make them feel awkward or bad, right? You need to help them to present their best, right? And candidates are also collecting evidence at the same time. So if you are treating the candidate badly, that bad impression could reflect on the company itself, right? And on you, of course, but on the company as well. So be mindful of that as an interviewer. Yes, you shouldn't be rude. Every interview is a two-way communication interview, basically, right? So you're comparing how the culture of the company and the culture of the candidate fit together. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so some bad interview practices, which might be useful, but usually do more harm than good. So these are, phrase these as types of interviews, but they're just kind of usually practices that happen during interviews. And if you do them without realizing you're doing them as an interviewer, that's not going to help you get the right candidates. So the first one I want to talk about is called the password interview. The idea of the password interview is that The interviewer is expecting the candidate to mention specific keywords, specific technologies, right? So they want the candidate to say specific things, right? And they're just there, okay, he didn't mention that, he didn't pass, right? They're not collecting evidence. It's not evidence-based. They are expecting, it's basically confirmation bias as an interview, right? I expect you to mention this. If you don't, I don't care what you say, right? So the idea is it's very hard to follow up with a discussion, right? Because usually the candidate, it doesn't feel empowered to disagree, right? If the interviewer says, well, the only way to do this is this, you don't feel as a candidate, I've never felt that I had the sorry for the word, but balls to go out and say, no, that's not, or if I did, I didn't feel that reflected well on me as a candidate, right? So that level of disagreement and that level of communication between the candidate and the interviewer is very important. Okay, so this is my personal kind of pet peeve type of interview. I've failed a lot of these, but it's not the reason I hate them. It's the magic trick interview. So the idea of the magic trick interview is that the candidate is expected to solve a very contrived problem. These are usually problems that circulate around the web. There's a bunch of them that you can read. One of my favorites is you have a list of numbers. All of the numbers repeat twice, except for one. How do you find that one number in linear time and constant memory? Right? So they give you that problem, you start thinking about it. It's not impossible to solve, but it's such a contrived problem in a work environment that it doesn't actually relate to the actual work you'll be doing. I've had an interview this summer when I was changing jobs that I went to the interview and it's the ad said, you're going to be working for a team building full stack systems with React, Node.js, and other technologies to build a big scaling system, a distributed system. And then I went to the interview and the interview was about mathematical progression. Right? So they didn't test my ability to write code. They didn't test my ability to think about and design big scalable systems. They failed me on that interview only on the basis that I didn't know some properties of mathematical algebraic progressions, right? And that's not something that reflects well on the company, in my opinion. Like, if I aced that interview, would I have been happy working at that company, right? Because the way they judged my performance was not based on evidence, right? There's no evidence that I'm going to perform well in that position just because I can solve, basically, I can do a magic trick with code, right? So it can work well if you use that as a starting point for a discussion, right? So even if the candidate doesn't perform well, doesn't solve the problem in an optimal way, if the candidate has some idea, they start thinking, they start describing how they want to solve it, different approaches, they mention possible solutions, right? Even if these are false, take these as an interviewer, take these as a discussion point to move the conversation forward and to allow the candidate to present themselves in a good light. Allow them to actually give you evidence that they know how to reason about computer code, right? And software engineering in general. So that's kind of the magic trick interview. Another kind of similar thing a little bit is the paper coding interview, right? I haven't seen that for a very long time now, I think, but it was popular at one point. And whiteboarding and paper is basically the same thing. So the candidate is expected to write compilable code without a computer. And that, again, is not something that is relevant to actually the work you'll be doing, right? I think I know JavaScript well enough, but I don't know all the APIs, right? I had to Google MDN, the Mozilla Developer Network, for documentation for some DOM stuff yesterday, right? don't remember the documentation. That's why it's called documentation. You don't need to know it. You need to be able to use it, right? If the example I'd like to give here is the difference between my chemistry teacher and my geography teacher. My geography teacher in high school made us memorize the map, even though the map was there all the time in front of us in class. Our chemistry teacher helped us understand why the table of elements is structured as it is, right? For me, that's the difference, right? Understanding how to use the almanac, how to use the resource is different from just knowing it by heart. And I don't think the second one is very useful. And it's also writing code without the computer is very stressful, right? I don't know, like I can make a small mistake, and if I'm judged on that, that doesn't contribute. Okay. Another type of interview that you might go into is the unpaid internship interview. That's how I called it. The idea here is that the candidate is expected to commit an unreasonable amount of time and effort. And the key word here is unreasonable. The idea is that, yes, of course, a homework assignment makes perfect sense, and I'm going to talk about it more in a bit, but there is a limit to the amount of effort you could require a candidate to put into that homework assignment, right? Because that's very high opportunity cost for the candidate. They might need to do work, actually still work at the previous company. They might need to support kids or parents or something. They have other things to do as well. So an unreasonable amount of effort required for that would deter good candidates. And yes, some companies can say, well, it's a kind of a lifestyle choice. If they really want to work for us, they will do it. But not many companies should be able to afford this style of hiring strategy. So the idea here is that the homework assignment should be time boxed or compensated, right? You can ask somebody to even work for you for a little bit, contribute on some specific systems, but they need to be compensated for their time, right? There need to be this arrangement. Another one is the rockstar interview, and this kind of has two parts to it. One is that the candidate is judged against an unreasonably high bar, right? That's the main idea, right? You're expected to be a rock star, to know everything, to be able to solve every problem out of the box without too much thought and effort, right? And that's especially hard for entry-level positions. Like we all know this meme, right? We expect 10 years of experience with a one-year-old technology, right? These kind of posts float around on social media all the time. But also, there's the reverse situation where a candidate with a very good CV creates a bias in the interviewer that they are very good, so they should know everything, and they cannot, they're not allowed to fail even a little bit. So a lot of people, and that's a big discussion in interviewing circles, is should you read the candidate's CV before the interview or after the interview, right? If you read it before, is that polite, or is it polite to wait until you've actually met the person, made the first impression based on personal conversation, and then go on to read the CV? This works well if you have screening. So if candidates go through a process, a pipeline, a funnel of different interviews, then you can expect that candidates with a bad CV wouldn't have reached this stage in the process. So you can kind of trust that somebody already checked the CV. So you can use the CV as an additional data point, but leave it for after the interview, so it doesn't introduce bias into your thinking during the interview, right? Okay, so that's kind of my thoughts on that topic. And the worst one of all is the inconclusive interview. So if the interviewer does not know what type of evidence they need to collect, so a couple of interviewers meet a candidate, and all of them test for the same thing, right? They haven't collected enough variable evidence. They don't have the breadth of different things that they need to test for in order to make an informed decision, right? If the interviewer doesn't collect enough data points, if they write, I liked that guy, or whatever they write that doesn't actually produce information about the candidate, they've wasted the candidate's time and effort. And that's very bad, because I haven't been on an interview and they say, oh, well, let's do another one, right? Because that was inconclusive. It wasn't inconclusive from my part, right? I told you all the stuff, right? And that's a big no-no for me. Okay, so some advice for candidates going into interviews. And all of this I realize is fairly obvious, and but I've seen a lot of interviews go wrong. So I just wanted to kind of create a discussion point around it. Okay, so if you're a candidate, always ask for clarifying questions. Make sure that you understand the actual requirements. Sometimes that's part of the task, right? If you go in an interview, part of the task would be to unearth hidden requirements. To say, oh, by the way, are you actually asking me for this? Or, by the way, this additional thing, if needed, would change the whole approach, right? So asking clarifying questions, explaining your thought process. I think I should do this because of that and this. We could use this algorithm, or we can use this technology here. All of these are things that you need. If you just sit there and just come up with a solution, that doesn't actually provide enough data points for the interviewer to make a decision. Well, how did you do that? Why did you do that? Demonstrate contextual knowledge. So if we're talking about, let's say, a specific React thing, demonstrate that you know about the event loop, that you know about the DOM, that you understand more than just the subject matter, that you can connect the dots between the subject in hand and other things that are maybe even tangentially related, but still related. Oh, and another thing I've already kind of mentioned a little bit is allow yourself to politely disagree. So that's a very stressful thing for candidates to do, but sometimes that's expected. And you can see in interview feedback, the candidate didn't push back on obviously erroneous claims, right? So I go in as an interviewer and I say, yeah, of course, the const, you can change the value of a const variable. And if the candidate doesn't respond to that, doesn't say, well, no, you can't, right? Then I don't know, are they not knowing, or are they just too timid to admit that they should disagree with me, right? And as an interviewer, as I said before, you're responsible for helping the candidate disagree. So you can even set up something very obvious, right? That kind of forces the candidate to disagree early, so that they know that that mental block is not there anymore, that they can disagree with you and that's not going to reflect negatively on them. And that's a very important cultural point during interviews. And another thing is, don't hide your personality as a candidate. So a lot of us go into the interview trying to be as presentable, as stiff as possible. That's usually not what companies are looking for, right? They're looking for your personality. They're not only hiring you for your professional skills, they're hiring you to kind of inject yourself into the company culture and to add something unique to that place, right? You might start organizing board game events. You might start singing in the choir or something like that. Doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it could become part of the company's culture, and that's something that you shouldn't be ashamed of. And not that you should just talk about other stuff during the interview, but find that balance between being yourself and being very professional, right? Okay, so usually the interview process will start with some sort of screening. And the idea of screening and front loading is to kind of allow for some interviews to be carried out automatically and beforehand so that interviewers can interview the right? So interviewers' time is precious, and dealing with a very large number of candidates can be basically a sort of a denial of service attack on your interview process, right? If you have to manually go through 3,000 candidates, that's not going to scale. You don't have the manpower, whoever you are, you don't have the manpower to do that, right? And so you should kind of try to find the balance of presenting an automated solution that would reject bad candidates while producing as little as possible false negatives. And here, by false negatives, I mean people that you've rejected that would actually have made good fits for the position that they were applying for. And one way to do that is to use some sort of automated testing, right? A lot of different solutions online, HackerRank, and all these. You can use those as the first line of defense. But I think you should set the bar really low for these kinds of automated tools, right? So let's say if there's 2 subtasks and the candidate and there's like 20 tests per subtask, you would allow a candidate that passed, let's say, 60% of the tests, which in a university setting would be an F, would be a failure. But you might want to do that. So be promiscuous here, be permissive here. And automated tests don't provide evidence for suitability in either direction. So a candidate that passed the test is not guaranteed to be suitable for the position, and vice versa. A candidate that failed the test is not necessarily unfit for the position. And another way to do that is, again, the homework assignment. So if done right, that's a great way to collect evidence about the candidate very early in the process. It should be small but interesting full stack task, right? Something like create a landing page that pulls in some specific items, right? And you can allow the candidate to build on top of that, right? If the task is interesting enough, that means that they would be able to show their creativity and to show initiative, right? Oh, I made it a little bit fancier. I used an algorithm to sort these things based on some, let's say, machine learning or something like that, which is a little bit out of scope, but some people do that, right? And they could incorporate a design system where they style the elements much better than it was expected, or they can integrate Redux in a simple React app, let's say, just to show that they can do that, right? There's different things that the candidate can do outside the scope of the task itself that give you kind of clues that this candidate is eager and has the right attitude for the job. And also, this task cannot be or should not be fully automated, right? You can run some tests to make sure that the code runs and it compiles if you're using a compiled language, but in the context of JavaScript, linting and running tests gives you some information, but look at the code, read it. Make sure, because if the candidate writes in a weird style or the code is very unoptimal, right? I've seen people that just use array find to search for things like multiple times one after the other, and you can optimize these, right? You can have different data structures, and you get a lot of insight very early into the candidate's craft, into the way that they do software engineering. And you can use this as a discussion point later when you're doing a face-to-face interview. So one of the kind of my favorite types of face-to-face interview is the system design interview. The idea of the system design interview is that the candidate should explain how a particular system should be built and deployed. For example, how would you build and deploy a social media site, right? So it's a very open-ended question. The candidate is not going to write code during that interview session. It's about making sure that they know how to do problem analysis. So they break down the requirements, they prioritize the right work first. You can ask them a hypothetical. Okay, how many people would you, how big the team should be to do these tasks? How would you split them up? How would you make sure that the touch points between the different parts of that team work well, that they're not building different things and then they're incompatible? You can test, obviously you can test the practical technical knowledge, right? So you can say, well, okay, I'll use React. Well, what exactly are you going to do? How is it going to look? Are you going to use a component library? Should the component library live in the same repository as your code base? How are you going to do dependency management? All that jazz. You can talk about many different aspects of it, right? So let's say if you've built the first part of that, you've built like a page with the feed. How do you build an SEO page? Would you use the same stack? Would you start with a different set of technologies? What are the different requirements? So you're basically allowing also the candidate to proactively identify things about the problem that you didn't mention, maybe on purpose, right? So KPIs, business metrics. How do we know that the users, we're building the thing that the users need, right? We need to build around some KPIs. We need to be able to measure the things that we're building. And not just business measurements, but operational measurements. How would you detect there's an error? How would you handle that error? How do you do user support? Can you replay a user's session so that you understand what happened, what the bug was? Do you even know there was a bug, right? All of these things you can discuss. You can go to deployment, right? If it's a full stack thing. Nowadays, everybody should have some understanding of CI/CD. When I say everybody, obviously people just fresh out of university should be allowed to not know certain things, right? They haven't worked on production systems. So we should allow them ignorance in places where they couldn't possibly have acquired that knowledge. But most people should know how to get some code from their laptop to production and making sure that it's running correctly, right? You build it, you run it, you own it. The idea that there should be a fence between a developer and operations, where you just, okay, this is my code, run it, I don't care if it breaks, right? That's a terrible way to build your system. So you can ask them, how would you build that? What do you even know some technologies? All of that comes in together to provide a lot of points for evidence about the candidate's suitability. And you can go into any kind of specifics. And if you have a couple of these sessions with a candidate, then you can kind of go in different directions with different interviewers. And here, that's a great place to use the whiteboard, kind of obviously, right? Allow the candidate to visualize the system on a whiteboard or Zoom board or whatever you're using. Okay, so the next type of interview is the depth of expertise interview. And the idea of the depth of expertise is to discuss the limits of the candidate's knowledge and experience. Again, the point is not to make the candidate feel bad about their limitations, but for you to get a sense of, okay, they are very deep on this subject, but they're kind of not very developed on that other subject, right? So you build kind of a profile of the candidate and where their strengths and weaknesses lies. This helps a lot afterwards with fitting them in the right position in your organization, right? So one candidate might start interviewing for team A, but during the interview process, it comes out that they would be such a perfect fit for team C because their skill set is just what that team needs. A good idea is to discuss previous projects, and that also allows you to do a sort of a techno-cultural interview where you kind of see signals or evidence about the attitude, the leadership, and the impact-orientedness of the candidate. Because if they are very passionate about the things that they've worked on, if they can very precisely pinpoint what about that project they did well, why that project was useful for the company, what was the most impactful things, that gives you a lot of evidence about the way that they prioritize their work and the way that they understand the business around what they're actually building. And you can encourage the candidate to do a kind of a self-evaluation, right? Of course, again, respectful, right? You need to respect the candidate and understand that they're under stress. Every interview is a is stressful for a candidate. Okay, then at kind of the end of the process, usually, we have the bar raiser interview. So the idea of the bar raiser comes from Amazon, and initially it was a candidate, it wasn't called a bar raiser, it was called a bar keeper. So they wanted to keep the level of all the people at a certain position to be that particular kind of value, whatever that value is. It became the bar raiser, and the idea is that you want to raise the level of candidates on a certain position. So a candidate that you hire today should be kind of fuzzily better than 50% of the candidates that are already on that position, right? That's not enforceable through very precise metrics, right? What's 50% better or whatever? It's not enforceable, it's an idea. But the idea is that if you apply this principle, and if you successfully apply this principle, the mean level of the candidates that you hire would go up, right? So your organization becomes better and better with time because you're only hiring people that are already better than the ones you've hired before. The bad side of this, to a certain extent, is that senior positions is sort of like cosmic expansion, right? The distance between a junior position and the senior position just expands, right? So now juniors, obviously the bar is lower, and seniors, if you hire more and more better seniors, then the bar goes up. So these go in proportionately together, right? But that can be addressed, of course, and you can have more tiers, which is not always a good idea, but the idea of the bar raiser is that you want to keep the bar, or at least keep the bar, or if possible, raise the bar for candidates as you move on with hiring. And finally, we come to a post-interview washout. There's probably other ways to call this meeting, but the idea of this meeting is that everyone who interviewed that candidate gathers on a call or in a room, and they discuss the candidate. They raise any concerns and red flags they might have with that candidate, and they reach a collective decision whether they should hire the candidate based on all the evidence collected. And that allows us to remove the bias about that candidate, right? Because if you have 5 different interviewers that interacted with that candidate and they all raise the same red flag, that's much a stronger signal than just one person raising a red flag. Or maybe one person raised a red flag and the 4 other people, through evidence, convinced them that, well, it might be a fluke, right? The candidate might have misspoken or something else, right? So that makes bias, that kind of brings bias to a minimum. And then you discuss possible offer and onboarding terms if the candidate is successful. Okay, so to kind of reiterate the main points, good interviewers are like detectives. They're looking for evidence. And good criminal candidates are like sloppy criminals. They leave a lot of evidence behind. And as an interviewer, you're not a judge. You're just collecting evidence. Okay, thank you. Oh, oops, I almost forgot the JavaScript part. And it's not really good code. So it's kind of a poem. I'm not gonna read it. It's embarrassing. Anyway, okay. Okay, that's it. So we're open for questions. Go ahead.
Talks time in which companies should provide over. I'm talking about if I don't have the next job in terms of 6 months press training to post-work training, post-work talking about the typical, let's say, junior to senior developer. And my question is wonder, all right, obviously, before I apply for a job, let's say, for example, company keys, I want to work there. I'm already dedicating some of my time. Press training or to interviews program is another offer. And from the other perspective, the company might be thinking there's people back in the program responsible.
Yeah, well, that's a very good question. It's the whole the kind of the organization of an interview process within a company is like a big operation, right? It's and it's very tricky. Kind of the basic prescription for me would be companies should be as quick as possible while allowing for the evidence to be collected, right? So if that's an evidence on the other side, right? If you're the candidate and the company is taking 2 months to take a decision, right? That something is wrong there. That's something bad with the process. You should feel free to communicate with them or to even just say, sorry, kind of missed me, right? You already missed me, right? And the other way around as well. So if the candidate is not able to make their mind, the company can wait a little bit, but that the reasonable time for me from start to finish should be around a month, right? And it of course depends on personal schedules, interview schedules, and all of that stuff. But if you have somewhere between 4 and 6 interview points, right? So pre-screen, so screening, some homework assignment, a couple of face-to-face sessions, and then an offer. That should take a month at most, in my opinion. Did I answer the question? Yeah. It's a very tricky question because it's a very tricky interplay between you want to allow for the candidate to take time, and you have a lot of candidates in the pipeline, so you cannot kind of slow it down. And I've seen a lot of pipelines break down. I've worked at places where internally we as developers were going to the hiring manager and saying, hey, there's people in the pipeline, why are they moving? I have a friend that I've referred, they've been in the pipeline for 2 months. That's ridiculous, right? They are going to start somewhere else, we've missed them. So yeah, it's a hard thing.
If there's no question, Alan?
No? Well, okay then.
Thank you for your time and presentation. And if some of the people would like to ask you some questions, we have a link for Microsoft Teams QA chat where they can ask you for such.
Okay, great. Great.
There is no currently questions at the streaming, so thank you for your time and
Okay.
the presentation.
Well, thanks everyone.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. And hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert Solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert Systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripe forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are
супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към самата.
Само след една минута мога да ти обърна внимание. В момента ще пускам Радо да си прави презентацията и... Ало?
Ало, как сме?
Супер сме, здравей. Сега искам да се видиш ти и сега ще шерна и твоята презентация, за да може да се вижда. Така, вижда се.
Супер. Да. Така, вече мога да почна.
Да.
Супер. Хайде.
Успех и приятна презентация.
Благодаря. So, hello everybody. My name is Radoslav Stankov. I am head of engineering at Product Hunt. And today I'm going to actually show a lot of code. So all the slides are already uploaded in my speaker deck page. And and the source code for this presentation and the code I'm going to describe here is also uploaded at my GitHub account, so you can find it here. So before I start talking about the meat of my presentation, during the pandemic, no, actually, let me start from a bit far. So I'm a big fan of like really having like a deep work, like being able to just start and sit and work. And the way I used to organize my tasks were by using a note-taking app called Bear. I mean, I'm still using it for everything else, which I basically had this document where I had all my tasks for the day. I had some bookmarks linking to various sources like tickets, design, source code, help articles, and some random Sketchpad notes where I could just write some work. And during this pandemic, when I was like locked at home and I didn't have much stuff else to do, I basically started coding, and I was thinking, okay, what should I do in my free time, which I had so much of. So so for a long time, I wanted to do something with Electron, and I wanted to do something in the realms of desktop apps. So what I did during the whole pandemic was getting this Note, which I used so much, and making it into a desktop app that I can use. And to be honest, I use pretty much every day since then. And this is how the app looks like. It's actually open source, and you can actually check the source, but let me show you. So the app basically has all these to do. The app have like these bookmarks, which you can open. And I don't show this. It has notes, and the whole app is designed to be able to for you to operate just with shortcuts, since I usually don't use much of a mouse when I work. And the app is open source, and it's over here. So during my presentation today, I'm going to walk you through some of the things I learned when I was developing this desktop app with Electron, React as well. So a bit about context about Electron. Electron is developed by GitHub in order for them to be able to build their Atom editor. So basically, Electron was extracted out of this Atom editor, and because it was very useful, because the way the thing which Electron does is it abstracts the OS layer and basically allows you to run a window, which is basically a Chromium in below, and it supports a way for communications. Two of the most popular Electron apps are Visual Studio Code, which right now is even more popular than Atom was, and another popular one is Slack. It's also built on top of Electron. And there is a lot of apps written in Electron. If you go to the Electron website, you can see them. And that's really nothing which Electron does is it's basically running a Chrome inside of a window. So if I go to my app and I click Command E, you can actually see I have the Chrome inspector, and I can see my code here. You can basically inspect any app. And the funny thing is you can actually do this to a wide variety of apps. At some point, you are able to do this even in Slack. I don't know if it's still possible, but it's very useful because this is just like a browser window, but you actually control a lot of its appearances. So the way Electron works is it has a main thread, which is a Node.js process, which talks with the operating system and the core inside. And this main process can launch different renderer process or windows, and it can launch many of those. Like the app I made had just one window, but for a lot of other types of apps, you can have multiple windows. And the way those two processes talk with each other is via RPC calls. So the main process can send an RPC call, and the renderer process can send RPC call back. And this is the way you communicate, basically with events, the same way we are getting used to working with normal JavaScript. So, for example, during my slides, you've noticed that this browser icon, that means we are in the renderer process. And if you see this terminal icon, that means we are in the terminal process. So if I'm in my browser window, I can just say window require Electron remote, get current window, close. And this would actually close the current window I'm having on my screen. If I want to send an event to the Electron shell process, the one which is connected to the OS, I can just say Electron RPC renderer send an event with these arguments. I'm having trouble. Sorry, Siri is turning on its again. And the other thing you can do is on the main window, you can actually listen to these RPC events, and you can say, okay, when something happened on this event, I execute this function, I accept these arguments. And this is how basically Electron works as high-level overview. The application I wanted to build, so usually when I build stuff, I try to incorporate one or two new things and depend on a lot of things I already knew, so I don't get tired and bug down with a lot of like random jumpings around. So the tools I decided to use for the app were, again, Electron, React, I use TypeScript, I use Lodash, I use Prettier, I use Redux, I use CSS modules. And it's basically the new thing of this app was Electron. So if we open the application, this is the application folder. And if you go to GitHub, oopsie, you can see it's basically that same app here. So the app, if you notice, it has 3 folders. One is called app, one is called shell. And you notice that there is like 3 package JSON files. I have 3 package JSON files, and why? Like this was like the first thing when a friend of mine was like checking in, why do you have those? And the reason I have those is because I have a package for JSON for each of the processes as its own separate application. In this way, they are isolated, and I noticed they actually don't have any much dependencies in common. So I have a distribution package JSON, and this is the package JSON which I used for packaging, running, and developing the app, and its files are not included anywhere. I have a shell, which is basically the Electron shell I have separated on its own, and I have a package JSON for React Create app, which is the main app. So if we go to GitHub, you would see that those 3 package JSONs are very different. Like they're very, very, very different. Like this one, for example, it only has 4 dependencies, and this one, which is the main one of the shell, it only have a couple of. It has the Electron settings, it has menu bar, it has like a UI UID because I need it for some reason. And the one which is the React Redux app, it has a lot because this is like the main meat of this app. And this way of organization also helps me with the package size, because the way I'm actually building the app, this package JSON, that it's not included in the main bundle because you don't need the distribution code. The whole app package, which is part of the main app, I just compile it to a single HTML and JavaScript file, so its dependencies are not included. And the dependencies which are needed for the shell, they're actually needed for running the app. So in this way, I have a very fine-grained control what I run and where I run it. Another thing I use, because my app is basically a menu bar app, because I want one of my app is for it to get out of your way and to not basically be in your face, but just shows when it needed. So I wanted to build a menu bar app. Like, I'm a big fan of menu bar apps. Like, if you notice, like, this is the clear slate, and this is all the other utility menu bar apps I have. And I have turned off some of those just because I'm giving a presentation and I don't want my monitor to be a lot more cluttered, but I even have an app to hide and show all my menu bar apps. So I use this package called menu bar app, and it actually abstracts a lot of the things I had to worry about when building a menu bar app. So the way this menu bar app package works is I can register a menu bar app. I give it an index file. So I don't need multiple windows. I just support one. So it needed an index file. And right now, again, the other one is I can give it an icon. I give it an initial browser window size, and then it happens. So the index file, it's a very interesting thing. So the way it works is in development mode. Like, when I'm developing the app, every index file can open every JavaScript file. So during development, I'm just passing a link to HTTP localhost. So when I develop, I can just make changes and I don't need to do much anything else. While the app is compiled and used in production, aka used for real, I basically build an index file which can be used to run the app. And let me show you. So if I go to applications and I go to focus task, and this is something you can do basically for any Mac app. If you go here and I show me package content, you see the packages of this app. And in resources, you would see, here is my app, here is the build. And if I open this index file, I mean, it blows up because there is no IPC renderer. No, but basically, this is the file which is running over here, which is quite nice. And this just creates like when I package the app, I just build this 2 megabyte file with all my static assets and all my other stuff I need for my app. So this actually helped me really much in development, because the way I use Create App is I basically start React Create App and it works on localhost 3000, and then I forward this as to environment variable to Electron, so Electron can actually see this. And when I need to have distribution, I have this command which builds the app. Then it uses something called Electron package to package it, and it builds my app. So this is how the app is organized, and it took me some time to figure this out and have it clear, but I haven't changed much in this setup in the last 4 months. So I think it works. This setup works pretty well. The next thing I want to talk about and share with you is like different solutions to problems which I faced. Like, I faced a lot of problems and found a lot of solutions of those problems. But the ones I'm going to talk about today are things which I think are very common if you want to develop like a good desktop applications. Because in all my career, I have built mobile apps, I have built web apps all my time, I have big backend services, but I have never built a real desktop app. And in order to have a good desktop app, you have to have certain behaviors to make your users feel at home. Like, if you see a lot of negative feedback around Electron apps, is they don't feel native enough. And it's not so much about the performance of Electron and the web, to be honest. It's because developers don't pay much attention to how the native system behaves. So during the talk, I'm going to share about some of the learnings which I think would be very useful for you if you want to work with Electron. And this is things I wished I knew. Like, this is the presentation which I wanted to have like 6 months ago when I started this journey. So the first is accessing Electron via React. So I have this folder in my utilities. If we go to the app, oops, not this one, where is Chrome? So if we go to the app and we go to its source file and you see utilities, you would see this Electron folder. And this is a file, and this is the place I have all the Electron code in my app. It's over here. Nothing gets out. Like, this is the place where my app actually communicates with Electron. And I have this shim thing. So in development, if there isn't any window required, which is only available in Electron, I have Electron. If I don't have it. And in my shim, I have, this is the way I exposed all Electron functionality, like the ones I showed earlier, closing the app. Like, you just say Electron remote, get current window, close. I have a functionality to just hide the app, not close it. And basically, this file has all the connections with Electron. And I found this pattern to work really well because it was very easy for me to actually know what's the surface area of my app which communicates with Electron. Another thing which was a big feature in my app is opening external links. Like, one of my favorite features is that I have this bookmarks feature where with clicking Command 1, I can open links. And the nice thing about this feature is it can also, for example, I can open desktop files. Like, I can have this file, I can drag it, and I can open this file. So, and it worked really well. This is something I really like in my app. So opening external links was a bit more work than I expected. And also, it's a kind of a security issue because as I mentioned, Electron is just a browser. So if you just have a normal HTML tag which links to a web page, this web page can be loaded inside of the app container. But when it's open to the app container, it can load Electron and can do calls on your file system, which, to be honest, it's not a very good idea to allow random websites to have access to your file system. So the way to handle this securely is on the app level, there is an event which is called web content created. And when this is an event which is triggered every time you try to open a new URL on the page. So what I did here is every time there is like a new window event or will navigate event, I stop this event and I tell Electron to open external URL. So in this way, if in any way possible I made some kind of mistake, every time there is trying to open a URL outside of my app, it would just shell out to a browser or to a file. And inside of the app itself, I have this function called open URI, where I say, okay, is this a URI? Like, because if a user just wrote some weird mumbo jumbo, I don't care about that. Then I check, is this like a file path URI? Because if it's a file path URI, then I open this as an external item. That means I open the file, like the one I showed you. Or if it's like just a URI for a web page, I just open it as an external file. And I have this encapsulated in an external link component. Every time I have a link, I use this function. And I still have my protection if I make a mistake, but I have these nice components to isolate opening this. Another cool feature I have is a resizing window to fit the content. Like, for example, if I have this, notice how when I write, I actually, my content area of the app increases or decreases. And this is something quite useful because I noticed that when I type, I had to constantly resize by myself. So in order to have this, I use combinations of the web APIs plus Electron API. So this is the function which is resized based on content. So what I do here is basically some DOM manipulation. I get the computed style of the body. I get all like styles. I use this HTML5 API, which is called Resize Observer. And this is basically an observer which is triggered every time a certain element changes its dimensions. In this case, I targeted the document body. So what I do here is I get the height of the body plus a certain padding and group it. Then I get the bounds of my current window through calling Electron and asking the current window, what's your size? Get me the bounds. And if the height is different, I trigger a resize event. Because I get a window from the browser, I have to go to the shell process and say, Electron, when you get a resize event, set the window to the given height and height. And this is how I got this resizing. Another thing which people expect from your app to have, and again, if you use the native Mac apps, this comes automatically, but this is remembering the position and the size of your window. Like if I leave the window here and I close it, the next time I open it, it's in the same position. And this is something which your users expect without even knowing this feature exists. Like this is one of the many macOS features which are just ingrained in user behavior, but people actually don't notice them nowadays. And this is one of the reasons a lot of Electron apps don't do that, and people feel weird about that, and they don't know why. So storing the window position turned out to be a bit more tricky than I expected. So in the shell process, I use a package called Electron Settings. So Electron Settings is a very simple app. Think about it like a local storage, but for the shell process. Basically, what it does allows you to store data you would store in a local storage if you're using just the web page. So what I have here is I have this bounce key, that's like the window bounce I care. And what I have is two functions in this settings module. One is called set window bounce, and this what it does is it gets the current browser window size from the settings and sets it to the current window. And the other one is just tracking the window bounce. So it gets a menu bar instance, gets the current windows, it debounces because this settings module writes to disk, and you actually don't want to write to disk until the user actually stops changing the window size. And when the window changes its size, I just record that. And what I do is when my app gets a new window, I start tracking this new window. When my app is ready, I just set this window bounce, and it all works out. Another cool feature I wanted to have is called global shortcut. And the idea here is, I mean, you cannot see it, but when I click Command and my shortcut, I actually have my app open. So I don't need to drag my key over here, click a button here. I can just have my global shortcut. And this was very useful. This is one of my favorite features of the app. So Electron has built-in support for global shortcuts. Like you can, when you launch your app, you can say, okay, this is the global shortcut, and I'm overtaking it. The problem with this global shortcut is that it's global. Like it takes over your other shortcuts if you have any other apps. And there is a lot of desktop apps, and they use a lot of shortcuts. And it's very hard to know which is the shortcut people would like to use to open your app. Like by default, I use Command plus slash, but it turns out it's a useful shortcut in VS Code, which I don't use, but I have heard it's useful. And I was wondering what would be a nice shortcut And I decided the best way for the global shortcut to make this my only option of the app. So basically, this is something that the users can configure. Like they can set, okay, what's my global shortcut? And they can say whatever character they want. And in order to do this, I had to implement a system to store the shortcut, update it, and clear it out. And I'm going to show you how I did that. So shortcut works in the following way on the browser. It basically has two functions. One is get the global shortcut key. And what it does is it gets just a global variable from remote, which is called the global shortcut key. And when I want to update the global shortcut key, what I do is, again, I do some validation, and I just send an event to the IPC renderer, which is called update the global shortcut key. And from my point of view of the app, I have two functions. One is set, one is read, the other is write. So, okay, that works for me. On the app model itself, what I do is I say, okay, when my app is ready, set my global shortcut. When the app would quit, this is an Electron built-in function. I register all the shortcuts I have taken from the system, because I don't want, when the users quit my app, for the system to still have registered those shortcuts. And when I receive an event which is update global shortcut key, I want to do what I want to do is to say, okay, settings, update global shortcut key for me. And this is how the code works. I still use the Electron settings module. It was a nice thing that I had that. So the way I do like to set the global shortcut key is I get the shortcut key. I have a default value if it doesn't exist. I save this as a global variable, so it's accessible by other module. To be honest, this is the only global variable I share. If in the future I want to share more global variables, most probably I'll just have like its own thing where I say, okay, I have this is on all my global variables. But for now, this works. And I can say Electron global shortcut register control plus the key I care about. And when you launch this basically toggle the visibility of my window. So what it does is it checks if there is a window. If this window is visible, it hides it. If it's null, it just shows the window. And when I need to update the shortcut, what I do is I set the setting shortcut key. I unregister all my global shortcuts, and I set my global shortcut. And this works quite nicely. Another cool feature I wanted to have in my app, because I'm constantly adding features. Like if you go here, and one thing I really care about is for people to see, okay, what's the new features? Like what features which people care about? And if you go to the app itself, you would notice that I have this changelog as a good open source project to list all the features and all the things that needs to be here. So in my changelog, this is the way it looked. And I also have this markdown file in the open source project, and I didn't want to keep this information in 2 places. I'm kind of lazy. I don't like to update things in 5 places. So what I do for the changelog is use these 2 modules. One is called React Markdown. So this is a React module, React component which renders Markdown, and I use this package called raw macro, which allowed me to basically get to a Markdown file, read its contents, put it in a variable. When this compiles, I don't need to include this Markdown file in my final files. And I basically render this. Another thing which I had a lot and a long fight, and it was a kind of like a hard thing to do. And this is the reason it took me like 3 months until I had the app ready to give it to other people, was distribution. Like this file here, which is in my bin folder, and it's called Electron package, and this is the thing which actually packages and builds my application. And if you get more the details, it's here. is the thing which helps me build the thing which people can actually run on their own machines. So here you set up like a useful information like where to store it. I had this nice plugin called Set Languages, which basically say, okay, my app is only in English, and in English, Great Britain variant, remove all the other internalization codes from the app, because those are quite a lot. Surprising. Okay, this is all my product information, this is the category and all of that, and again I can build this. So since I only run macOS, one of the things with macOS, there is like two things which you need for your app in order for it to be run from users without extra hurdle, without users needing to see this dangerous window of this is unsigned app, or this app is not notarized, and stuff like that. So the reason Apple does that is, first, you want to sign your app so it can be guaranteed that this app was built by you, and this is not the app itself, it's not modified during transit, and this is for security purposes. The second step is called app notarialization, which basically it's quite complicated, but on a simple line, imagine Apple getting the source of your app, running it through like let's say SHA or something where it generates like a hash sum of the app, stores it in the Apple servers, and if for some reason Apple thinks your app is malicious or problematic, they can say, okay, this SHA of this app is not allowed. We can basically have a kill switch, and they use this for malicious apps. So in order to be able to sign the app and notarize it, you need a developer license. And in order to get a developer license from Apple, you first have to go through to upgrade your App ID. And you have to give what's your country, you need to give your email, you need to give your phone number, and you have to do this step, which is the two-factor authentication. And they have the best message ever here, which is your Apple ID currently has two-step verification turned on, but two-factor authentication is required. After you turn two-factor authentication, signing in, blah, 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 blah. So, oh man, it took me like a day or two to just figure out, okay, what's the difference between two-step verification and two-factor authentication? And the idea is that verification is basically email stuff, and authentication, you actually have to have a device which is attached to your Apple ID. So you can actually, where if you log in, Apple sends you a code on, let's say, on your app, iPhone or on your Mac, and you actually fill this in. It's basically their two-factor stuff. So this took me a while. The next thing I had to do was to buy a developer license, and this license cost $99, which was not a big problem for me. But the problem was it took me 3 months to pay that money to Apple. My payment was rejected, I would say, N times, because it was at least 6 or 7 different times. I wrote with their support, I sent my ID, my verification to show that it's me. And after talking with support for like 2 months, I figured out why they didn't accept my payments. Because I was using a debit card, because like in Bulgaria, most of us use debit cards. And it turns out I need a credit card. But some of the credit cards we have in Bulgaria don't actually work, are not counted as a credit card from Apple. So I actually take from a friend her credit card, and I used it to pay my app and to be able to acquire my developer license, because her card was accepted and the credit card from some other friends I had didn't. So if you want to say sign for Apple developer account, keep in mind you need a credit card. And when I had this ready, the whole sign-up process integrating it in Electron was quite simple. I basically have a credential JSON, which of course it's not in the Git repo, it's safely stored in one password, and I'm not giving it to everybody, where I have some credentials here. And then I pass those credentials to this OS X sign set up in the Electron packager, which is like, okay, what's your identity? I harden the runtime. This is my entitlements. This is inheritance. This is some security flags. And for OS notarized, this is my notarization options. And that's it. Like, I just build the app and it works. I run this command, wait for like some time to build the app, then wait for another time for the app to be uploaded to Apple servers, to be notarized, and be ready. And one of the reasons I needed to wait for that process was not only for my users to be able to run the app without an issue, but also to implement, I think, one of the most important features of my app, which was auto update. Because I don't expect users to follow me and my releases, and I wanted to have an automated app update experience. So when there is new version, people can just launch this version. So the way this works actually is kind of built in Electron. You basically need somewhere hosted a JSON releases file, and the releases file has this following structure. You say, okay, my current release is this one. This is my current version. The way to update it is to get this URL from S3, for example, and you just say, okay, that's it. And the way this works is I have my Utius auto update module, and when my app is not in development mode, I just run this auto update function. And if you care about, okay, this auto update, I can just show it to you. And we actually have time because I'm getting faster speaking when there is no audience. So if we go to the shell, one of the cool things here is, again, I go here, I see the auto update, and the way the auto update works is I just say, okay, get me the auto updater for my Electron. Let me actually zoom those a bit. I set my feed URL, which is, okay, this is the URL for the releases. I just have like something called installation ID. So basically know which version it's needed and which is the installation. And the auto updater, as everything in JavaScript is, in a lot of things in JavaScript, actually not everything, is just an event emitter. I can handle errors. I can handle the state where there is like check for update available, update not available, update downloaded. And when the update is downloaded, I just show a dialog message and say, okay, do you want to restart now or later to have the new version of the app? If the user want to do that, they just quit and install. If not, new version would be installed later. And I have all those events here and how I handle them. And in the front end, the place where you can see is the about screen when I get, okay, this is my current version. This is copyrighted of me. This is the source code, and click here. If I click here, I check for updates and run on the manual version. And this worked quite well. So far, it's not broken. And this is the thing I'm mostly worried that it might get broken, because if people break their auto update, they won't see the new versions. So this is all the main things I wanted to share with you today. Like there is a lot more other features, which if you are interested, you can look at the app itself. Like, for example, one feature I have is supporting command / to switch between windows and stuff around that. I have a way to store stuff in Redux, the way to have the app, the way it's structured, the way I actually support undo is also interesting, but it's not so much Electron specific, it's more React Redux specific, and I didn't want to cover much of the React part in this presentation. Some of the things I'm thinking for the future are not so to make my life easier developing this app is I want to learn how to do a proper login item on macOS. And what's login item on macOS? This is like basically a system where if you reboot your machine, macOS actually starts out apps, processes that are needed. And those are basically those login items. Also, one other thing I want to have is a beta channel, so where I can experiment with app updates. Like I was working on a feature and I was kind of worried how it would work. So I just have a couple of friends who are my beta testers, and I compile the app, I send those up to them, and I had to turn on the auto update there and so on and so forth. So what I want to do is implement a beta channel. And I have a couple of ideas there, and this is something which is going to happen. And this is kind of related to improving the release process of the whole app. Right now, the build itself is automated, kind of works, but the boring part is that I have to update releases JSON. I have to upload this JSON to S3, and this is kind of boring to me. And I want to have this automated. Also, there is a couple of features I want to implement, like, for example, the app supports multiple tasks. Like you can, oops, not you. So the app like supports multiple tasks. When you go here, you can say, okay, this is some of my other tasks I have. You can create a new one. And this was not very discoverable. Like a lot of people who use the app were like, hey, this is a great app, but maybe it would be a good idea if you support multiple tasks. And I'm like, yeah, that's a great idea. I already have this. And I'm thinking of a better UI for supporting this multiple tasks scenario. Also, I want to improve the changelog a bit. So one of the things I want to have is when there is a new version, the users need to be able to see what's the new one, because when the update, I don't think anybody goes to the changelog. And overall, this is all the things I wanted to share with you today in this very cold day, to be honest, in Sofia. And yeah, if you are interested to get a bit more details, you can again ping. I have to check what the Q&A flow. You can always ping me on Twitter, Facebook. The slides are already on the speaker deck, and the app is itself offers, and you can check it out, fork it, do your own version. If you have any ideas for features, you can always open me a pull request. With the stuff like that would always be great, very appreciated. And yeah, thank you very much. And okay, that's it from me, I think. Hello, do you hear me? I don't hear you if you're talking to me.
As the other registered participants already know, they can join the Microsoft team after the presentation to ask you questions personally in the Microsoft Teams channel.
Okay, cool. That means I have to install the Microsoft Teams. Finally, I was avoiding this for the last 6 months. Don't tell Misha about it, please.
So thank you and see you soon. I hope.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually coming to the venue in like half an hour.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, see you.
Bye-bye. Have a very nice day, everybody.
a fiend, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow. Call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the light gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
Devexa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. Devexa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SunUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SunUp.
Welcome to Bosch I/O in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch I/O, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Busch Jaeger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the light gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SunUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SunUp.
Hi everyone, and welcome to This talk, it will be about continuous integration for JS apps with GitHub Actions. My name is Svetlin Nakov, and I'm a manager of innovation and inspiration at SoftUni and co-founder at SoftUni, and you know me probably very well, so I will go directly to the topic. The agenda for today is to introduce the continuous integration, CI, the concepts of continuous delivery, CD, and continuous deployment again, CD. And this is used sometimes interchangeable. And the so-called CI/CD pipelines, and how to implement them for free for your GitHub projects in GitHub Actions. This is a new feature which is gaining more and more popularity because it's free and it works very well in the last few years. So maybe some of you know it, some of you will learn about it today. And finally, I'll have a very good web demo where I will demonstrate how to do a continuous integration for a Node.js-based JavaScript app. And also, I will show you how to deploy projects in Heroku from GitHub through GitHub workflow in GitHub Actions. So thanks first to our sponsors of the JSTalks conference. And I'm happy to be part of this event. So thank you. And let's start with the first topic for this talk. It's about continuous integration and continuous delivery. These concepts, these terms which comes from the DevOps community mostly, but which are not entirely new. I have used similar techniques maybe 15 years ago, so it's not entirely new. The new are the tools. So what is continuous integration, CI? It is the concepts and the thing to integrate the code from different developers frequently, in the best case, several times a day. Why this is important? Because if developers write the code separately, for example, two front-end developers and one back-end developer work in separate places, and they work for 3 months, and they try to integrate the code after 3 months, it always happens like a big bug. Wow, everything is not working, and it takes a lot of time to fix what is broken. So frequent integration is something like you write something, the backend developer writes something, the front end writes something, and they merge the things together very often. For example, once per day or once per week. This can be automated through an automated building and testing system called CI system, like Travis, like TeamCity, and many others. So typically after each Git push, commit and push, when you push into the master branch, it is considered that you have a new feature which should become a part of the main product. So if when you do this, a special process or script at the server side at your CI system automatically takes the code, build it, test it, perform security checks and many other things. And finally, it tells you that you have errors or problems, or tells that it's green or red, like in unit testing. So this approach allows finding integration problems and bugs early in the development cycle. So when you write something wrong, like you try to use some API where you don't use it correctly, you will find very early that you have a problem. And this entire process helps you continuously maintain the software quality in a good fashion. So this is a practice which I used maybe 15 years ago, or maybe more. It's not something new. Such feature you may find in GitLab, and now it's on GitHub and it's for free on GitHub. That's why I make this topic. So the next term is continuous delivery. Continuous delivery is the concept of keeping your code base deployable at any point. What does this mean, deployable at any point? This means that your software should be able to be deployed and run on the production servers without any editing, without configuring something, without compiling something, it's ready and it's not broken. This is something which is addition to the traditional continuous integration automated build systems. So continuous delivery verifies that your software builds correctly. For example, if it is Java app, it downloads all the packages, all the dependencies, builds the software, compiles the Java files into binaries, create the binaries, then it automatically starts the automated tests, things like unit tests, integration tests, and other tests. And also it checks that we have all the necessary configuration and assets for deployment in production. And this means, for example, that if you have Docker, it builds the Docker file or the Docker configuration. It creates the container image. It maybe sometimes it can deploy this into a local Docker and checks whether the application starts correctly. And sometimes it could additionally perform some UI testing on the already deployed version. So we want to be sure, if we implement continuous delivery, we want to be sure that the software cannot break during the deployment. Additionally to the continuous integration, which guarantees that the software compiles correctly. Because if you commit and push in the master branch some uncompilable code with syntax errors, it will break the build. But if you put in correct configuration, this will not break the build, it will break the deployment. So continuous delivery and continuous deployment are techniques which go further additionally to the classical continuous integration. And continuous deployment, this is the concept of continuously, automatically deploy the software on some kind of testing environment. The difference between continuous delivery and continuous deployment is that continuous delivery guarantees that your code base is deployable, but it does not perform the deploy. For example, it prepares correctly configured Docker containers, but don't push them somewhere on some testing or production environment. So most companies perform continuous deployment on a testing environment. So if you have a push on the master branch, usually the concept is like this. If you are a developer and you are assigned to implement some feature, you create a branch and you work in your own branch. And you commit many times, test, integrate, and do many other things. When you are ready for production, you push your changes, integrated and tested together with the changes from other developers. You push this to the master branch. And the concept is that you should keep the master branch clean of problems, clean of broken code which does not compile, clean of badly configured code, clean of unresolved dependency, and many other things that can prevent you correctly run, compile, test, and deploy the application. So continuous deployments go beyond continuous integration and continuous delivery, and it automatically deploys the software after it gives push. So deployment is typically done to a testing environment, which means that you have a machine which is identical to your production server with similar hardware capabilities, with similar operating systems and software environments, databases, and other components. Typically, this is done with containers and Docker in the most recent years, but it's not obligations. And sometimes some continuous deployments procedures deploy directly to production servers. This is not a good idea, but in some internal corporations where your software is used only by 5 people, for example, it's a good idea because when the developers does something, a new feature, the users want to take it together and use it, to take it immediately and use it immediately. But for the most typical case, you have a testing environment, like development servers or staging. Sometimes you have development servers. The QA does his jobs on the testing these development servers. When he's done, it goes to the staging. Other set of users are checking something at the staging, and if this works, this can be deployed on the production. And all of this can be implemented with ease with GitHub Actions. So the concept is to automate as much as possible from the processes related to coding, automated unit testing, automated integration testing, automated end-to-end testings, or the so-called acceptance tests or system tests. There's a little difference, but generally these are the tests which deploy the entire system and test it end-to-end. And usually this final step here is done by the QA engineer. So developers write code. They also write unit tests. And they run this test first on their local machine. Then they commit this to the Git repository, and they also write integration tests. Sometimes integration tests may be written by QA engineers, but usually they are written also by developers. And this is pushed automatically. These tests are repeated on the testing environment at GitHub Actions or at Travis continuous integration or somewhere else. And this is automatically checked by the QA engineer, or it's deployed on a test machine automatically, and manually the QA engineer deploys. With continuous deployment, we also have the final step automatically implemented. So when you push a change at the source code repository, at the master branch, it goes at the testing servers and it's live. We have a question?
Yeah.
Okay.
If the WASP tests, like end-to-end tests, are written by the QA engineers, how do we ensure that your code will not be deployed without this tester? Because if I'm the QA and he's the developer, and he pushes their code to the master branch, and I'm not ready with the end-to-end tests, they will not be pushed to the repository and their tests.
Yes, I agree. The question is, what will happen if we don't have still UI tests, for example, because developers just create new feature and the QA is not ready with the tests. So usually I prefer this first scenario, because you don't want to push something which is not well tested into production. You can push this only in the testing environments, in the internal development environments. So I don't like much this scenario, but it's possible if we don't push into production automatically. So it's true that if something is not well tested, it's not good idea this to reach the end users. But this depends on the software you write. If you have only 5 customers with 5 users totally, it's okay to push sometimes something which is not well tested. It's 1,000 customers. You cannot and to be able to create tested release features for with high security that this will not cause problems during the compilation, test, deployments, etc. And you can do this regularly without much effort, which means that developers in the best way should not care about this. If they push something, this CI/CD system may say, for example, oh, you're ready. Sure, do you think it's true you don't have unit tests with 90% code coverage? Rejected. So your push fails, for example, or it doesn't fail, but you receive red emails and notifications that you are not correct. So you can integrate many things. such CI/CD pipelines, which are thousands of lines of codes with hundreds of steps to check many things. For example, if we have a banking system, we may check many things. Things like security, things like usability, things like translation. For example, a special plugin in the CI/CD pipeline can check whether all your messages in your UI are translated in 25 languages, for example. And if this check doesn't pass, you cannot go ahead. So this is very helpful with complex systems. For small systems, it's not so helpful, so interesting. So on GitHub, this the entire CI/CD pipeline does many things automatically, like building the software, things like compiling, packaging, like you can run the Webpack for JS projects, or you can create jar files with Java projects, etc. You can sign, for example, some code. You can automatically publish many things, or if you have, even I have seen that people transcode videos with this these steps, but it's not a good idea. But they can do many things, like building the indexes for the automated search, for the search system to build the indexes, or initialize some things in the database, etc., etc., etc. Sometimes they create automatically backups to be able to restore. For example, if you migrate the database and something breaks, it's a good idea to have a backup for the database, especially on the production. So after that, they run the automated tests, these CI/CD pipelines. The automated tests usually start with unit tests and integration tests, which are pieces of codes, usually in the folder test. Typically, we have the SRC source folder and test folder, and these tests are for the automated testing, and they should pass. If they don't, if some of them fails, the entire build fails, and all involved people receive emails and other kinds of notifications. After that, usually we have a deployment to the testing environment, and after deployment, we can run the so-called end-to-end tests or system tests. Test whether we use tools like Selenium or Cypress to click on the login form, for example, and log in and check whether the login system works correctly. And this tests the system entirely. I mean that it tests the front end, it tests the web services or the back end bridge to the back end, the database, and everything else connected to the entire system. It may also test the mobile apps front ends and many others. So usually the best scenario I have seen is to deploy into a testing environment. And when you have a new feature and developers reports in GitHub, okay, and quote some issue which says, please implement this, you can see this after 5 minutes after the issue is closed by developer. You can see this on the testing server, because it's very unpleasant that some developers closes an issue. You may have seen this. Developer closes an issue and says, I'm ready. And I ask how to see what you did. And he says, Monday you have a new deployment and you'll see, which is shock, how it's unpleasant. And the developer is correct. He is finished, he's written his code, he's tested on his local server, and it works. But I'm, as a business owner and the person who wrote this requirement, I can't see it. And I'll see it in a few days. And I have already forgotten about this. So it's about, if you have this CI/CD pipeline, this will guarantee that at the time I receive a notification from GitHub issues that my issue is closed as fixed or as ready, I can just open the dev environment like dev.myproduct.com. I log in and I see the changes, and I can reopen this issue, for example, if I'm unhappy of what is done. So I'm not a fan of this only prepare for deployment. I prefer to have a live copy of the system on some kind of testing environment. And also I'm not a fan of this direct deployment to production, because I don't think it's a good idea. Let's talk a little bit about named GitHub Workflows, but that's the name. It comes from GitHub. What's this? This is generally the Travis continuous integration system integrated in a cloud environment in GitHub. So it's a kind of cloud-based software for workflow option, which allows you to implement the CI/CD workflow and pipelines in the GitHub cloud. You don't need to install anything. It's just cloud-based. You don't have to maintain servers, to set up Linuxes, and any other things. It's like with GitHub, you have many things out of the box. So this is one of these things. So GitHub Actions allows you as developers or DevOps engineer to create CIs or CD pipeline, build your software, can test your software, can deploy your software in the testing environments. And all of this happens directly from a GitHub repo with just 10 lines of code or so, or 20 lines of code. It's very, very, very easy to use it. And the good news is that it's free for public repos, and for private projects with the free plan, you have 2,000 minutes per month, which is good enough for small projects. Yes?
Is that 2,000 minutes per any repo or per organization? So if I have an organization with...
I think, yeah, the question is that if this is per repo, I think this is per user account, because you pay per user. I have username and I have a billing plan assigned with my username. And in my user, I can have few organizations, several repos, public, private, etc. It's user-based. I'm not sure, but as I saw, if I upgrade, I, as a person, the owner of Nakuf account in GitHub, I can pay for my account. The payment is not per repo, but it's per user account. So I assume it's based on minutes. We can check it, of course. This is the GitHub Actions. We have here guidelines, some kind of documentation, quick start guides. This is how the scripts look like. I will talk about this more and more. And we have these tab actions in any repo, where we can define and run and watch the execution of the so-called workflows like this. So if I go in my user account, here I can see in the settings, I have billing plans. So I have this, and you can see how many actions I have. Private repos, and I have 3,000 minutes because if I have the free, but this is good enough, especially if you work on public projects, you don't have limitations. That's why I'm joking that you can transcode videos or mine cryptocurrency with this if you misuse this. I didn't try. Yes, if you have public open source project, you don't have limitations. Or at least why you don't have limitations of the size of the code. But when you start to upload thousands of terabytes of videos, they will say, hey, what are you doing? So I'm happy with this. Okay, so how this works from the architecture? It's based on events. Events activate the so-called workflows. Or workflows are some kind of built or deployed or CI/CD procedures workflows. So one workflow consists of several jobs. Jobs are some kind of tasks which usually run in parallel. So if a workflow have several jobs, like try this in Linux, test this in Windows, test this in Mac, they work in parallel to save time. So workflows host one or several jobs, and jobs are things like build the project or check the security of this project with some static analysis tool, or check the source code for formatting issues and many other things, the so-called linters like JSLint, etc. And another job could be the deployment. Sometimes they can be dependent. For example, if it fails to build, you will not deploy it, of course. And so sometimes we combine this sequence of action and deployment. Sometimes we do this. It depends on you, in fact. And jobs hold steps. Steps are some kind of small procedures like code, or install Node.js this version from this repo, or create a Docker container from this Docker image, and things like that, and run the tests This is called steps, and the steps consist of several actions. Looks too complicated, and I think it is, but usually you have only one job and only some small sequence of actions, and you usually use these steps, how to say, external sources. For example, you have a built-in step which can deploy to Heroku. You just give the secrets to access Heroku, like some access key, security, things like that, and it does the jobs. I'll show you in action. And the steps are npm test, for example. Question?
Yeah. How do you manage these secrets?
How do we manage the secrets? I'll show you later. There is a special secrets section where you can add a secret. Wow, what I have. A friend of mine is calling me. Okay, so I'll show you about the secrets later. So this is an example how to create simple scripts or so-called workflow. It's called mochatests.yaml. This is the typical format, like in Travis CI. It has a name, it has event or several events which trigger to start this workflow. These are the jobs. We have only one job. Here it's called build and test. It runs on Ubuntu Lattice, but we can also put here several environments where it should run. For example, I can run the tests in Linux and in Windows environments. And this works very well for special projects like, for example, desktop apps.
But that's not Docker image from Docker.
It supports Docker, but it's not Docker. I'm not sure how this runs. Maybe it runs in some kind of container, but I'm not sure where it's Docker-based or Ansible or something else.
Because for Docker-based images, you can also type their node latest.
You can also say latest or concrete version.
If it was Docker, you can use predefined Node.js image in Docker. So
yes. This script is not Docker-based, but you can use Docker inside. So uses is something like, please invoke this sequence of steps, something like calling a function. And it has a version. So I invoke an external action which checkouts the current project. This is for current project, but I can also check out external project by URL and some credentials. I'll show you for credentials later. Then I set up Node.js. Here I can add additional parameters, which says which version, some installation parameters. npm CI is a command-wide command. It is very similar to npm install, but it runs a little bit faster, and it also guarantees that it does a clean install. Because sometimes in local environment, npm install could run correctly, but your project could be broken. You know, JavaScript developers know this. And npm test just runs the unit test if you have it. This depends on what you have in package.json. You may have other commands. I'll show you this in action a little bit later. And this is another example how I can deploy on Heroku. Here, the event trigger is workflow dispatch, which just means manual run. It's not on commit, it's not on pushing, it's not on something else, it's just a manual run. And we have steps, please check out the project, And please use this action, which is already provided by someone. I just like using an external library, okay? And I provide my app name in Heroku in my account. This is the app name. It is unique in Heroku. And the secrets come from the secret section of GitHub. So never, please never put your passwords here. Idea, and have automatic scanner and will tell you, but don't put your passwords here because this is public. It's on GitHub, it's open source. So it's time to show you the things in action. So I have this link. This is a simple MVC project. It's not very interesting. Let me show you. It's not complex. It's just Node.js with Express application, which does something like this. I have students. Hey, I have a free account at Heroku, and if I don't use it for a while, it sleeps. I can add a student, for example, by UI and by .ui at naku.com. This is in Asian language. It's not in Bulgarian. So this is the app home view, add student, and it have a very basic error handling. And this is my project here. So I have set up, this is the rep, MVC, integration tests example with Mocha. I have some several tests which I can execute here with npm test. They are based on Mocha framework, and they just test the logic of the app. You can see a little bit what's inside. I start the app locally at fixed local server. Whether this is a good practice is another story. But this is what I do here in this example. It doesn't have a database. It's just it's the database used when the testing mode is started, because I want to be sure that my controllers and the content will be like I expect, and nothing interesting. This is just book-based, and where is the controller? I have controller. Very, very, very simple Node.js app. Okay. Citrons. So I have in this project, see, view students. This is the local host, which I closed, but view students has a footer, this has a footer, and this doesn't have a footer, which is a bug, and I want to fix it. So what I do here is git code to ensure I have the latest version. Looks like I have the latest version. So looks like add student is modified, but this is the place where I will add my in the add students student here. I need to include the footer template .pug. Okay, I will intentionally make a bug here. So if I test locally npm start, the app will run correctly. And if I test it locally, I can see that this works, and this, without .pug it works also. I wanted intentionally to create a bug in include footer too. This is missing, so let's see what will happen. Looks like this doesn't work. But I assume that developer didn't find this locally, and he commits and push this. So I can see git commit fix. Okay, git add git commit fix and git push. So I push this to the repo. And what will happen here? it will be pushed is this one. I'll have these actions, and here I see that this commit here, wow, pushed by Nakov, started an automated test, built-in test, and it's automatically run. This is what happens. It checkouts my software, checkout, just git checkout. This is install Node.js, it's not interesting. Run npm CI and run the tests. What we can see here is that it's broken. It's not interesting. Looks like some of the tests have passed and some of the tests have failed for some reason. Maybe all the tests related to this Add Students page. So it's broken. You can also have a batch like I'll show you later. So what can I do? I can fix this, of course, because I will receive email from GitHub. Yes?
Previously, we have said that from the concept of continuous delivery, you should have your master branch or whatever branch already ready for deployment, but now it's broken and the commit has not been reverted. Is there any way to revert it?
You can do this on pull request. Yes. The question is, if I do like this, I have broke the master branch and someone needs to recover it. So it's better to prevent breaking the master branch if the tests don't pass. So it's easier just to implement all of these workflows during the pull request. So pull request will not be merged if tests don't pass. Okay, so I fixed the bug and I will again git add everything, commit with another fix and git push. And
instead of on push, you can say on pull request.
yes, I can say on pull request instead of push, yes. Okay, so what happens here is that the action, this is my next action, 12 seconds ago, it will run now and it will be green because I fixed the problem. And the other thing is this workflow. This is my test run. See, this is the workflow. These are the jobs inside this workflow. And if we click here, these are the steps in the workflow, and each steps may have several comments, one or several comments. This is the workflow. These are the actions, and these are the jobs. So these are the steps. So this run correctly, and now all the tests have passed. These are classical Mocha tests for JavaScript. Okay, so I want to redeploy this. See, it's still on my testing server. This is still not the latest version because I don't have this footer on this page. Okay, so I currently configured the deployment to be not. This is manual run, not automatic. I can modify the script to be manual, but it's automatic. So this is the workflow file. If I change this on to be on push, it will be automatic. What happens is if we go at the Heroku, we'll see that it's deploying because GitHub initiated the workflow, connected to this and initiated. Oh, this is time where I can show you the secrets. The secrets are project-based. Here at the settings, you have these secrets. You cannot view the secrets. They are write only. There is no read procedure, but you can put some Primerno Hotmail user token, for example, and you put some token here. You add secret, and you cannot. Where is it? Okay. This is you add your secrets here one way only. I have taken my secrets for Heroku, the API key, and I have put this, and this is one-time action. Looks like.
The first question about secrets was also about is there any way to prevent the exposure of the secrets on echo? I can run my deployable script echo.
No. You should. GitHub says that if you have secrets and if someone have access to your build workflows, he will be able. That means that any collaborator for these projects can see the secrets. So if you join me in this project, I will be able to see the secrets. I can echo them or send them by email, and if you think logically, there is no way to prevent this. Okay, you can stop the echo for secrets, but you cannot stop everything for secrets. At least you send these secrets to Heroku. You can send this to your hackerserver.com. So it's not possible. The idea is just to hide these secrets from public users, not from developers in your team. That's the way it works. So I think you can create, if you want to limit the persons who see the secrets, and create another GitHub repo does only the deployment, because you can check external repo and deployment in other repo, which, if, for example, if you have 20 developers and you have only 2 admins, only the admins in the deployment repo, another repo will see that. That's how you can design this security. Okay, and what happened? Looks like this deployed successfully, and now I have the new version here. I can make automatic deployment, but I prefer it to be manual. This depends on your workflow. Maybe it's a good idea if this Heroku is your testing server, not production. For example, to have MVC app -test.heroku app. You can deploy it automatically after each successful push in the master branch, and this is how it works. So what else we can see? Maybe I have shown you the actions. The actions, you have workflows, 1 or more. Each workflow have runs. These are executions with logs. GitHub keep the logs for 30 days only. I don't know why. Maybe they save space. Okay, and these are my commits. So if I go, for example, here, I can check the reason why this was failed, who looks like the push was from this user, etc., etc., etc. I can, it's visible who broke the build, this one. Okay, the source code maybe where this workflow stays in this folder, .github/workflows in your main folder of the repo, and this is my Mocha tests script. Script. The deployment script is something like this, and I use secrets.heroku API key. I have shown you where this stays. So always put sensitive information as secrets. I believe GitHub put enough efforts to encrypt and keep them on a reliable place to prevent them hackings and things like this. This was my demo. What else you can do? You can integrate UI tests with this. Virtually everything. I have run Selenium or this relatively new technology, Cypress. We had a talk yesterday about Cypress. So what do they do, for example? These guys automate the testing of web testing like this. They check out, they set up Cypress, npx Cypress info. I'm not sure how they install Cypress, but it's not visible. They install it somehow. and they start Electron with this Cypress, headless Chrome. No, this is normal Chrome without headless. They take screenshots, run headless Chrome, and do many tests. And if you see here, we can check the run. I'm not sure what happens. I didn't do this. I think the UI will be there, but it will be somewhere in the cloud and you will not see it. But usually for automated testing, the best way is to use a headless browser because there is no sense. I want to see the tests here. This have not written by me. It's just an example that you can run UI tests in GitHub Actions. So what do these guys? They set up headless Chrome within this Cypress framework, and they put some things, and finally they run tests. Run starting. They have spec.js. This is a kind of file which holds mock tests. And later they have only one test which says works. This is their example. I think they do something else, but this is just an example. This is another thing. During the deployment of this is the project. It's interesting. It's a COVID dashboard. This COVID dashboard collects information from many sources. It's a data science. Creates some kind of interesting graphics. They collect, I don't know where is their data sources, but they collect many info about COVID, and they update this every day. How do they do? Entirely automated with GitHub Actions, which means that, for example, at 10 o'clock every night, they run this GitHub Actions. These GitHub Actions connect to external APIs, download the data, compile it, analyze it. They use Python and Jupyter, you may know. The Python with Jupyter, this is for data science is the primary tool. And they generate these graphics. So this is dynamically regenerated many times per day. For example, this is Toronto. It is for the last week, I see. Maybe it's 1 day ago. So I want to show you the GitHub Actions here because it's a very good idea how you can update data on deployment. In fact, this is the pages you see are static. They are regenerated every night and compiled and pushed at the GitHub pages. So, for example, update notebooks. This is a script which uses setups Python. They pull the source code. They setups Node.js, set up Python, install dependencies. These are many dependencies like MongoDB, like Azure. These are libraries for reading data from somewhere. Many things. It's a complex project, to be honest. Later, they update the Jupyter notebooks. If you know, these Jupyter notebooks are Python projects where you can run the code inside this project. It's a mix with Python code with some text. It's something like wiki with code. This is how it works in Python, and they convert these notebooks into posts, and they generate a block with a static generated called JQ. Front-end people know this very well. This is a static block generator, but it works without a database. It's a static. And they deployed finally everything at GitHub pages. This is how it works, and this is very good to see how this works as scenario. I can show you the script here. Where is it? The workflow file. This is how it works. It's a little bit more complicated. So you can work from examples. I always, if I learn something new, the examples are maybe one of the best ways just to go fast. So this is my topic. If you have questions, I'll try to answer. Yes?
Do you have any idea if the GitHub Actions support pre-push hooks, just like Git can do?
Pre-push hooks, I believe yes, but you can see in the documentation, GitHub Actions pre-push. Looks like they have pre-commit, pre-push. Looks like this is looks like this is an external project, but looks like they have this.
All right. And my second question is, in your example, you were referring external scripts. I mean, I think it was for deploying Heroku.
Yes.
So how does it work with the external scripts? Are there some kind, I mean, in some place where there's like proper version? Because my concern is, for example, I have shared a script somewhere in GitHub and it's like popular one, and so the point I decide, or
if you break it, many people will cry, right?
Yes, but if I add, for example, echo or send your secret.
Yes. Yes, the question is how to deal with external actions where you use them and you are not sure what's inside, right? Because it might be a security vulnerability, just like in my example, I put my Heroku credentials to this script, and they.
I don't think you can change what is already in the version. Like version 2 of your checkout script, the external checkout script version 2 will always be that code under the version 2. If somebody changes the code for this action, it will create a new version. You need to.
Yes, you can bind. It's a system like in Node.js. You have a package, but it has a version, and it has things like MD5 signatures, cache codes, etc., etc., etc. So currently, yes, I use this action, and if you Google it, you will see that this action is in the official repository of GitHub Actions. It is developed by this guy, and first it's open source, like all NPM packages, and you define a certain version of this action. So it's 3.6.8. If the developer changes something, it will be another version. The concept here. Yes,
my question, because at the end it's like forcing you to do that because they will reject your pack and try to push it. So my question is more like, where are those hosted, and is there kind of
it's the same principle applies like in NPM. You cannot change an existing version. You should create a new version, but I'm not entirely sure. It's so-called Git custom action. They have some kind of SDK to creating actions, and here they describe what is the process and how you can do this.
Publishing actions, can you just click on the from the navigation bar the last thing? Publishing actions in the marketplace. Yeah, that one.
I'm not sure. I have, but I believe it's similar to the others. And when you release an action in the marketplace, I believe there is some kind of a review process. They check whether you do something suspicious, and you put many things. So I think these people see these are the versions, and I don't think they will allow you to change the content without changing the version. So if you bind to certain version, you know that it's Trojan horse and clean, and
attack will be created so you cannot have attacks.
yeah. Okay. I think these guys are not amateurs. They are GitHub. They are GitHub. Let me check these teams. Maybe someone is here. Join, or I have more minutes. This is after the talk. Okay, because I'm ready. I don't think I have more questions and things to show you. Maybe the last app. This is for .NET, which builds on. This is just another example. Some e-commerce application written with .NET Core, and they build and test this app. But it's very, very similar. But it runs on. I'm not sure whether it runs on. I also think so. We can check Ubuntu. Yes, but they support the so-called metrics. It's interesting. GitHub Actions metrics, where you can run the metrics. It's something you test for. See this example. I want to test this for different versions of Windows, different versions of Node.js, different versions of, for example, other environments, and they do O2O. So in this scenario, they will execute this with this one, this with this, any by any. And if you put enough here, it will take hours to run. But it's a good idea if you have a project that needs to support multiple environments, just such as Mac, Windows, Linux, different distributions of Linux, etc., etc., etc. Yes, things like Flutter. If you know some big app which is hosted on GitHub, we can see how they build it. If they still use GitHub Actions, because it's something new. Previously, people used similar techniques, but in their custom environment, not in. And now we have GitHub Actions, which I highly encourage you to just to try, because it does a lot of work. Да теглим една майна и сходим. Или още сме в ефир? Хубаво.
By UI account because it's mostly in Bulgarian or не знам какво
те са избазикали, да. Sorry for my Bulgarian English and using Bulgarian things like. Добре.
Благодарим за презентацията.
Може да ме спираш. Че ще кажа кури, ще чуят.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Amdocs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Добре.
Great. So we have hearing, or let's say chuvamos in Bulgarian. Hello everybody. Thank you for being there for the last lecture today. There are quite some people here on the event on site, which is very good, although the tough times we are having this year. I guess there are more people online, so I'll be happy to start with talking about how to go enterprise in the JavaScript world using Nest.js framework. We will cover some, let's say, two pillars in today's topic, which is what is enterprise development and what is not enterprise development, and also what is and what is not Nest.js, and how they map each one as an analogy. Before we start, I need to tell some words for myself, maybe, as everyone already did for themselves. So who am I? My name is Ivan Jonkov, and I pray to the gods of the Serbian turbo folk. As you can see, I'm praying to Vesna and Shemse in the Vijin River. So I'm a big fan of Ceca and Mili Kitic, but that's not where why here. So let me tell you more about my technical background. It all started with PHP, maybe like 10 years ago, where I've been discovering the world of web development there. And that was my first and maybe everlasting love. And also I sold my soul to the devil. And maybe you've been wondering why this guy, which is writing so many years in PHP and already sold his soul to the devil of the Java gods, is talking on a JavaScript conference. That's because I've resulted into a technology prostitute, and in the past 5 years, I've been selling my soul and my body to our clients and partners. And some of them are using other technologies. And also, I've already saw that there is no one best silver bullet for making a solution for all of your problems. When I was a PHP developer, I've been exposed to the JavaScript world only as a front end. But by the time passes, I've seen many times that I need to use Node.js, so I have quite some career with Node.js, even it's behind the scenes and nobody knows about it. Okay, so enough for myself. Let's go to the real part of this presentation. So I've already told you that we need to talk what is and what is not enterprise development. So I will start with what is not enterprise development, and we'll start with what is not enterprise development in the terms of in technical terms. So it's enterprise development is not only making root applications. It's also around many protocols of communication, so the representational state transfer protocol maybe will not be enough for you to cover your needs. It's not about scripting like this script do this and this script do this and you're already go. And we're talking about long-term projects, so not a short-term, and maybe it's not user-centric. Well, it's not user-centric like it's about enterprises, but we will cover this later. It's about complex solutions. It's about business process and maintaining business processes like big business process and modeling there and making workflows and so on and so forth. It's in the years of making your enterprise solution, you will be dealing with tons of data. So it's also all about. It's about big teams that are retaining through the years during the test of time. In the center of the enterprise development, there are these so-called enterprise applications. So as notable examples of enterprise applications are the ERP systems, CRM systems, maybe business process modeling systems, like project management systems and so on, systems that are serving to the enterprises. That's the name, that's how the name covers enterprise development. It's about serving to the to the enterprise. There is some evolution between enterprise systems. Maybe 10 years or 15 years ago, enterprise system and user-centric system were some different things. Like user-centric system is, let's say, Facebook, Twitter. They're user-centric systems. They're not enterprise systems. But enterprise system is, for example, Jira. Jira is a project management and project issue tracking system. Maybe you all know it. As a notable example of such system is Atlassian's Jira. But by the time passes, the gap between the enterprise and the user-centric systems started to started to shrink. Yeah, thank you. So end users are the users of enterprise systems now. For instance, Jira, I told you already about Jira. If you are a big enterprise and you want all of your customers to report you bugs and to collaborate to your workflow, you can make your Jira public. At this time, your enterprise system becomes user-centric system. So when we shrink that gap, we will not talk about CRMs and ERPs. We will talk about systems that need to have all that business process modeling. As we already said, we will have to deal with tons of data, and also we will try to deal with tons of users. Such system, enterprise system with a lot of users, needs behind the scenes a lot of communication protocols, maybe scheduling, persistence, event management systems, and so on and so forth. That's since the time exists. The first ever maybe that system have all these features behind it. It has to deal with a lot of databases, needs to have that cron jobs and so on and so forth, maybe needs to fire events to collaborate with an external systems. That's a day-to-day work for any enterprise system. And when these enterprise systems face the end user, they need to be with very good performance and to be scalable. So we will now, from this moment on, we will talk about performance, scalability, and all the enterprise components of a system. And despite the fact that the domination of enterprise systems for the last 20 years was covered by and dominated fully maybe from the Java world or the Java Enterprise Edition, and later by the Spring Framework itself, when we talk about performance and scalability, because 20 years ago, the enterprise systems were exactly and only solely for the enterprise. So the users of an enterprise system are the employees of a company or the managers of a company, so we don't have that many users. And we are resulting with an ERP system like the SAP ERP, where all the people that are using SAP ERP, when they found something that does not work, they were like, okay, maybe it will work after 10 or 20 or maybe 2 or 3 hours, so I can just click that button and go to have a coffee and maybe it will work. And despite the fact that it will not ever work, they are waiting because the enterprise systems 10 or 20 years ago were not covering these facts of performance and scalability. But now we need that because of the users that are using the system and because of the data that's accumulated on the past 20 years. Because, you know, in the early 2000s, maybe there weren't that many data in the internet. But now we are dealing with a lot of data, and also that affects the scalability and the performance. That's why about 10 years ago, something that was not relatively new, but was some kind of an external factor. It was an external factor even in Java, comes as a first-class citizen, is the event loop of the Node.js. So the event loop of Node.js solves behind the scenes a lot of problems in the scalability. And that's why despite the fact that I sold my soul to the Java world, I've been using Node at some point in my career, because the event loop as a first-class citizen was something that I needed as an event-driven system. And Node.js was a very good answer to these enterprise systems or to any system that needs scalability. And Node.js is greatest tool for some tasks that highly rely on event-driven systems, such as HTTP server. It's quite easy with Node.js to create an HTTP server. You can see that only with 5 lines we are sending the hello JSTalks JSON to the world. Also, it's easy to implement any other protocols. Well, that's happening without any external library. But if we need to have a WebSocket, maybe we need to use an npm package for WebSocket. But still, things in Node.js are quite easy. On the top of the HTTP server, we are creating a WebSocket server, and we can interact with a system with a WebSocket client quite easy. Well, there are some problems using bare-bone Node.js here. If we need to have routing or we need to have some rooms and events on the WebSockets, we need to do that ourselves, like of a bunch of ifs, or maybe by creating an external framework that manages this. And an answer to this was the Express.js framework. The Express.js framework uses the Node HTTP server to have that features like routing and middlewares. So if we need to make a basic web application or a basic REST API, we can use Express.js as a library on the top of the Node.js server, so we can get the products or post products, maintain the response and the request, and so on and so forth. We also can attach some middlewares. In this example, I have installed the validation component. So I'm parsing the body and setting some rules, like the body name should be string and the body price should be numeric. And the parameter in the patch request ID should also be numeric. And if it does not satisfy the rules, we are throwing an exception, or in this example, we are sending status code of 400. There is a problem here. We are maintaining this by ourselves. Still, we have a library and we have some other library and other library, so we are not reinventing the wheel, but still we are kind of reinventing it. If we need to have validation, we are requesting the Express validator and sending that array in the middleware of the route. If we need to have a scheduling mechanism like cons and so on, we can use intervals and timeouts natively in the event loop of Node.js by set interval and set timeout. If we need, for example, to connect to some IMQP brokers such as RabbitMQ, we can use your IMQP-lib external package and write that code to subscribe to a topic named on product belt. But there are a lot of problems in this. We are implementations locked. We are locked to the Express HTTP adapter. We are locked to the set interval, and it's hardly mockable now if we need to make tests and so on and so forth. We need to use strings for the body. So once the body changes, for instance, if we don't need a name, we need to change it in the body constructor here. And maybe if we change the RabbitMQ to another broker such as Kafka, which is not IMQP compliant, we need to change all our structure. So we have an implementations locking. We have too much manual work. I mean, we have a lot of setup here. We need to create a channel, assert that the queue is durable, and then make a callback on it. And we are seeing that we are kind of reinventing the wheel. We are making too much of boilerplate code and cannot focus on business critical tasks. In the example here, with all of these things, half of the time of a developer that needs to make a complex system is spent writing some code like connecting to this, parsing this body, and so on and so forth. We don't need to spend our half time on this. And also, if you are an organization as a business owner, we don't want your developers to be halfly doing work that is not on your business. So I'm presenting you the Nest framework, which in the terms of JavaScript world is not quite new. You know, if you can say a framework or a library in JavaScript to be new, it maybe needs to be invented tomorrow. Nest.js is here for 3 years, so if you are a JavaScripter, you may say, that's the oldest framework ever in the JavaScript world. But it's not widely adopted, so I can say that it's new. And a lot of things are coming day to day. As an example, I'll show you later in the talk some things that are happening in the last weeks and days, maybe. So Nest.js framework is based on Node.js, and if you don't make any tweaks, it uses Express behind the scenes for the HTTP routing and so on and so forth. But this is also something that you can change. For instance, this is a typical controller in the terms of Nest.js. You are using the decorators of TypeScript. Well, something that I didn't say is that my previous examples with Express were solely on JavaScript, and now are switching the context. When talking about Nest.js, we are talking as a TypeScript first-class citizen. This is something natively implemented in Nest.js, which is a real bonus here. You can, of course, write Express and bare-bone Node using TypeScript and then compile to JavaScript, but there is also manual work there. In Nest.js, we are using TypeScript as a first-class citizen. So once you set up the framework, once you set up your project, your new project, it is already done with TypeScript. And when you type in the CMD Nest start, it compiles your TypeScript, moves everything to this folder, and starts your main file there. So this is a typical controller which quite resembles any other enterprise framework you can see in the world of C# or Java or PHP, for instance. If you are familiar with another framework like ASP.NET Core or MVC, or maybe you're familiar with Spring Framework, you see that some of your controllers are structured the same way. You have that handlers, named actions in a normal controller, and there are decorators or annotations or attributes that controls on which event your method will be called. In this example, when you call with the get request the products, it will execute the find all method, and when you make a get request to the product /ID, it will execute the second function in your controller. There's a typical entity in Nest.js. I need to say that it's not Nest.js directory, it's TypeORM, and Nest.js have a good adapter to TypeORM, so you can just use your module, your TypeScript module, and import TypeORM, so you have all the benefits. I have this project already set up in my computer, so I can show you this. Your main point in a typical Nest.js application is the main TS file. Afterwards, you are saying what is your main module, that everything starts from there, and that's the products module here. So the products module here have this definition of TypeORM module import. Once you import your TypeORM module and import your entities, you're benefiting all the features of the TypeORM. And TypeORM is an enterprise ORM framework in TypeScript, which is also equivalent to the other enterprise ORMs in the world of .NET or Java, some kind of entity framework or Hibernate, for instance. It uses strongly typed classes to make your tables. So a typical MySQL or PostgreSQL or MySQL instance of server, you have the table products and all that columns, ID, name, price, quantity, and currency. It also maintains your relations. So if your product has a relation to another table named currencies, and you have currency ID on your product, you're just making a mate one decorator on your currency object. You can see also another great thing in Nest.js that's called transformation. if you install a transformation library, you can also benefit from the decorators for transformation like transform. What does it mean? It means when you fetch the product and send it to, let's say, to the HTTP response, you don't want the whole currency object to be sent to the HTTP response because it can have a lot of things. You need only the currency code to be sent, like USD or Euro or BGN or something else. So you say transform currency.code. Maybe if some product doesn't have a currency, it's no or something else, you can use this always operator here, so no safety is made here. Also, maybe you don't want to expose the currency for some operations like patching the product, but you want to expose it once a product is created or once product is listed. So you make this exposure here, and later you can see how you can restrict that. So if your controller is requesting the product for listing, the currency will be shown. It's a typical example here. We need to use that so-called quasi-serializer interceptor. Like the middlewares in Express, here we have middlewares called interceptors. Interceptors are intercepting your request or your response, depending on how they are configured, and make some transformations or maybe completely disables the request or the response. The quasi-serializer interceptor comes from the same package where the expose comes. So you use that quasi-serializer interceptor and you can define groups. Once you define the group list here, if this group is also here, you will activate the expose decorator. So in this example, when you're finding a product by ID, you will have that currency code exposed in the HTTP response. Maybe I can show that with a typical Postman. I don't have Postman, so I can do it this way. Our product service are running on a port, let's say, okay, so if I have this local host 8004 products, okay, DNS profile, DNS domain, what the hell are you talking about? It seems, okay, I will need to restart my Docker here. It happens when you sleep your laptop and then wake it up. So I will just make my Docker build again, and then I will restart my services. But at that time, I will continue with the presentation here. And I will show you the example later. Some other great thing here in SJS is caching. You can also cache by decorators. You decorate some methods with cache key and cache TTL optionally, of course, and their response, or let's say their result, will be cached for the time to live that is typed here. It is 25 seconds. Or if you evict the cache manually by some other event, which we'll see later. Typically, if you don't specify cache key, it will use the method name, or if it's a controller right here, we will use the HTTP method as well. But I typed my name of a cache key, so I can use it later in some other cases where I need to evict the cache. So how this differs from a normal Node.js or Express application where you can use some cache manager in like an object or like a global object? The point here is you don't need to type code for that. You can only use decorators. This is cached, everything is cached. You can use an interceptor, that's so-called cache interceptor. You can make this interceptor global. You can chain your interceptor here in the module, and once you did, every method in your application will be cached. So this is something you can do globally. Instead, if you're making a bare-bone Node.js application, you need to say cache manager, set cache manager, set cache manager, set, a lot of times in your application. Now it's centralized. And the other great thing here is that you can be using in-memory cache. Maybe here we're using in-memory cache, which is the default implementation of the caching mechanism in Nest.js. And after our application scales, it grows to thousands of users, to millions of users, and we need to make a replication of our application and maybe using a load balancer and so on and so forth. When we are at that case, we are not good with the memory cache, because one instance will have cache and another instance will not have cache. So we need maybe distributed cache system like memcached and Redis. We are just saying in the configuration, okay, cache manager, just now use Redis, and everything will go in Redis without making a single change in your code base. In this example, you can see that we have a post method that creates a product. In the previous example, we have cached the response of finding all the products for 25 seconds. The next method shows that we have an HTTP call for a post method that returns the status code of 201, which creates a new product from a DTO. What happens next is that calling our service, well, I will show you here, calling our service to create a new product, this method here in the service, also makes a delete of the cache for the key all products specified previously. So how do we handle caching? Find all returns all the products. If we have created a new product, we're deleting the cache. We're using a DTO-based request response pipeline here. Instead of sending bare-bone bodies like it was the example of the Express example before, where we are parsing the body like body name as a string, and if the body changes, you need to change the entire application where the body.name is used. We have a central point of data transfer object that's called base product DTO, and an extended class create product DTO, which is used only for creation of product. So this class is transferred to the HTTP request, and then we are parsing it to a normal entity of our database. The good thing here is that we are also using decorators here. The same way we will be using the validator in Express, we are now using it as decorators, is not empty, is number, and so on and so forth in our fields of the data transfer object. So it's centralized now. If we are using this create DTO, base product DTO in like 10 places in our application, it will maintain the same validations for every place. And this is the same method that I already shown you in my IDE. We are deleting the cache, but also using the auto-mapping logic of Nest.js, so plain to class. So we are creating a product entity from the product candidate, which is create product DTO. So this is another controller. You can see this controller is called card controller, but it's on another Nest.js application. In a normal enterprise application, when the monolith becomes very big, we need to distribute it. We need to split it because the card and the product services may be complicated and may need to scale differently. Maybe you need to scale the product service differently and times more than the card service. So in the ideal case, you need to distribute it on the different applications, and these different applications can scale differently. So in that example, we have a card controller that's in our service, but I will show that in my ID later. You can see that we can parse headers by using the header decorator, and also can set headers by using the response object injected in our controller action. There's some funny thing here. This is well documented in the documentation of Nest.js, that if you need to return promises from your controller, like here, I'm returning a promise that's returned from the card service.by. If you need to return promise and they will be evaluated later once the promise is resolved, it will be converted to HTTP response and sent to the original client. If you need to do that and in the same time using the response object natively, you can't do that. Only you can do that if you set that key pass-through with value of 2. That's a very funny thing because last time I've tried it didn't work. And it didn't work because I've been with a version of Nest.js that was installed 18 days ago. It happens that the pass-through option is implemented in Nest.js 3 days ago. So this is a quite relatively new feature in Nest.js. I will show you later the commit in the Nest.js repository that you can see that the pass-through was implemented in the Wednesday of this week. That's why I say it's a quite new framework. It started 2 years ago, but it's maintained every day. And you can see new versions happens in 2 weeks, in 1 week, or maybe once a month, and so on and so forth. It's on version 7.5 now. So what happens when we buy a product in the cart? Our cart application, maybe I will, Docker started. Shutting down, wow, what the hell? Okay. I will start again. Okay. So what happens in our cart controller? You can see that our cart application at all uses Mongo and defines schema for cart and for product. You can see that this is a product, not a product in our application, but a product in our cart. So in the cart application, we don't have any way to check where such quantity or price is okay and we have it in our shop. You know, someone can alter the request and send to your cart, buy me 100 laptops, for example. Well, 100 of laptops may not exist. They may be 50 or 20 or even 0, or even laptops did not exist in our application. So once we have a distributed system, we have that maintaining of transactions quite heavy. So how do we handle this? We are emitting this event called product added to cart. What is an event? Events in Nest.js are 2 types: internal and external events. Internal events can be separated to commands and queries, like the CQRS pattern in the microservices way, and also they can be external. External events uses some transport layer like TCP or MQP or some other way. In my particular example, my cart service is using, let me open the main TS file. My cart service is using the transport layer of Kafka. I'm using Kafka as a message broker. So the cart service and the product service, they are both connected to a central broker, which is Kafka. That's why I have this Docker open here, because I'm starting a Kafka Zookeeper, a Mongo, and PostgreSQL, MySQL with a Docker. But some things happened before, so I will stop my services now. Only the web client will stay there. It's not connected to Kafka here. So once we connect our service to an external broker and say that in the module configuration, it uses that so-called client module. The client module needs a service name and the transport layer to create the so-called client proxy class, client proxy object. Client proxy object is an abstract object that emits events. So this is this is something here in Nest.js that also that is also better. You can have whatever broker you want. Even you can have internal communication to the service emitting events. You can have a TCP transport or maybe RabbitMQ transport or Kafka transport or any other transport here. Yeah, you can see which are the possible ways. You can have Redis or gRPC or NATS. In my particular example, I'm using Kafka. And given that Kafka is not complying the MQP protocol, so you're not using a normal MQP broker, it still uses the same way. What I mean it uses the same way, you are injecting the client, which is client Kafka. You need just to change it here to whatever client you need, but you can also use the generic client proxy class. It doesn't matter. All the client implementation classes have that emit method. So you can emit events to an external broker by a center of assay pattern. So you don't need to manage that. If a time comes and you need to change your broker with another broker, you just change your options in your main module. And also start a new broker in some of your servers, of course. But your central code base is not affected. That's one characteristic of an enterprise system, that you need to make your developers focus on the business logic and not on some kinds of, let's migrate from RabbitMQ to Kafka. It should not be a task of your developers. They need to change some configuration and your project just happen to work. Let me check if it seems that it started, so I can start my services. Or I hope so. Okay, so we are emitting that byproduct event. And on the other side, this is the card controller. Or no, it's the products controller, because we were buying a product in our cart. It saves the info in Mongo. This user tries to buy 10 laptops. Then it dispatches the event product added to cart via Kafka. And on the other side, on the products service, we are subscribed to the topic product added to cart with that generic event pattern annotation of decorator, what it's called in TypeScript. With this decorator, we're telling the centralized container of Nest.js that this method should be called once this event is dispatched. And the body of the payload of the event should be passed to that product variable, which is type event message of byproduct event. So the event message have the dot value, which is byproduct. So we are sending the try byproduct this event. On the other side of the products microservice, we are having that check if the quantity or even the product exists. The quantity in the database is bigger than the quantity requested to be bought. So we are subtracting that quantity, deleting the cache, because we need to have on this subsequent request to see that the quantity was subtracted, and emitting again an event that the product was successfully purchased with the total price of the purchase. You know, the cart service did not know anything about the price and the quantity, so the price and the quantity are sent to the message broker. So on the other side, we have this event handler on successful purchase, which just adds to cart your total price. Previously, we've been just using the Mongo to add the product and the quantity, but we did not know the price. The price was affected afterwards. So it's like a distributed transaction that happens in the future. So it happens in the future, like a series of events happened, and we are updating our cart with the total price. Well, contrary, we can have a compensating transaction. What I mean by compensating transaction, maybe the user gets cheated or something happened between the request and the Kafka responses. So we don't have that quantity. If we don't have that quantity, the product service will reject that. If we don't have quantity, we will be in the else statement and emitting the unsuccessful product purchase, which will be dispatched back to the cart microservice, and the cart microservice will execute the revert purchase, which will subtract the quantity of our cart, so it will compensate. We were first adding 20 quantity, then we were compensating it and saving our cart again. Each of these methods in our cart microservice are dispatching events for notifications. And what do I mean? But for notifications, we have third service that's called notification service, which is also another Nest.js application. This Nest.js application have decorated one of their classes, notifications gateway, with that decorator WebSocket gateway, make it eligible for WebSocket connection. So implementing these two interfaces on gateway connection and disconnect, we are handling two methods, handle connection and handle disconnection, receiving the whole socket object. So with these 5 lines or maybe 10 lines of Nest.js code, we have a full-blown WebSocket here. Why do we need this WebSocket? Because in a distributed environment, your client needs to be notified for the compensating transactions that happened in the future. You click on a button, something happens, and afterwards you receive 5 or 10 seconds later via the WebSocket the response of what happens. So we have that controller in the notification service that listens on the event pattern of notification successful purchase and emits to the corresponding client the message through the WebSocket. Well, it's called event pattern because it's a pattern. You see that the successful and the unsuccessful purchase patterns have more in common, so we can use this star for a wildcard character in the pattern, and everything will be sent to that single on-purchase effect method. And receiving the context, we will have topic, which is unsuccessful or successful. So we will emit to the end user client whether it's successful or not, and it can decide what to do on the client side. So I think my application started, so I can access them in my local host, I hope. Yeah, that's the UI of our application. It's a simple Angular application that contacts all the services. All the services are now behind the central gateway of Nginx. We have Nginx that contacts the bot services and the WebSocket. So everything is served from the local host. Also, the Angular is proxied by the Nginx reverse proxy. This is the list of the products, and you can add another product. For Euro, for instance. But this is a transaction that is solely maintained by the MySQL of the product microservice. So it's a normal exit transaction in a relational database. There's nothing that can get wrong. The thing that can get wrong is when you need to add to cart something like your product too. If you try to add 3 products, this transaction will go through all the services back and forth, and then going to the WebSocket and then to the client. So clicking here should, you see that we have waited for 1 second, then the WebSocket notified us we have successfully added this product. But if we need to add, for instance, 35 of these products, well, it said you could not add this product with quantity after 5. So in our example, we have cart service, product service, notification service, and a front end with Angular, which is contacting the 3 services via a certain API gateway. Well, there are some other sugar thingies here in our Nest.js framework. For instance, when we go to our cart and added our product, in the later stage, we receive the total price. That's because the messages that gone through Kafka. And once we have fetched our cart, we need to refetch it to receive the other information after the socket that told us that we have a successful transaction. But if we make our cart collection in Mongo caped, A cape collection is a collection with a certain amount of size, fixed size, and when you exceed that size, the later products are going to the void, and new products are, first products are actually going to nowhere. So we have that size. That makes it eligible to subscribe to that collection to any changes effect. So we can make an emission to the front end. The front end needs just to subscribe to the result of our endpoint. Our endpoint was previously named with the get decorator, so make it eligible to make get requests to it. But if we change decorator to SSE, which is server sent events, it's eligible now for event sourcing. You can use event sourcing and get requests interchangeable here, but if you use event sourcing, you will receive notifications for any changes in that collection. The only trick here is that you stop returning promises from your controllers, and you need to return observables. Observables of event messages which have that data key. So we are using the observable.from method for RxJS. And that's enough for you to make server-sent events in SJS instead of controlling your response and text event stream headers and so on and so forth, which is normal if you do it in a bare bone Express. Some other triggers are scheduling. You know, in a typical and relatively big enterprise application, you have a lot of crons. Crons that run every hour, every minute, every second, every once in a day, every 4 hour AM, and so on and so forth. You can use also decorators. Here you can use the cron decorator, which uses that cron expression. Cron expression is a typical cron tab expression in a normal Unix cron tab, like days and days, minutes. Okay, where is days, minutes, and so on and so forth. Also, there is constant class here as an enumeration, which expressions, so the commonly used expressions, which is every hour, every once in a day, and so on and so forth. You can see them. Maybe I can just do that cron expression dot. You can see a lot of prefetched cron expressions here. Every second hour, for instance, is that cron expression here. You can just decorate your methods with that cron decorator, and it will make a scheduling mechanism for it. It uses a set interval and set timeout behind the scenes, but you can mock that. You can you can inject your own provider. You can decorate any method with cron, but this method should be in a class that is in the IOC container of Nest.js, so it should be injectable or controller class. So there are a lot of other things. For instance, in our application, we have invented the comment and query separation and maybe the distributed transactions using our events. Like dispatch this event, then dispatch another event as a response, and so on and so forth. The truth is that Nest.js have some bundled things about distributed transactions. One thing is you can stop using event pattern and can use message pattern. The message pattern will not require, but will check if your method returns. If your method returns something, it will send it to another, it will send behind the scenes another event that is, for instance, acknowledging the same message pattern here. So you can subscribe the response of this in the backing service. That's one of the things that Nest.js implemented to make distributed talking between 2 or more services for the responses of the message pattern decorated methods. But there is also things that can happen here. You can use the event or the message bus from the Nest.js EQRS package. So if we have, for instance, installing where we are, okay, if we have like npm Nest.js CQRS, we can now make common subscribers, so you can make a distinction between commons and queries. You can have you can dispatch a query. For instance, I need to find all the products. Dispatches a query, and in a later stage, when all products are fetched, you will be notified back. or you can make a comment. A comment is something like a product which has been added to your cart. So add product to cart comment, and you can subscribe to that as a comment with another decorator that is a command handler, and can execute that command and dispatch another event as a response. So it's some native mechanism here in Next.js that makes you eligible to make that. I don't have a sufficient example here to say it, but I can just make some dummy class like, well, here, cart command handler. And you can see that you can decorate the cart command handler with command handler. And the command handler uses an event that you need to dispatch. So you can have that class here, like cart added to, or maybe product by event. We have that by product event, but I need to import that. Okay, by product event. So this class will now be called when this command is dispatched to the command bus. The command bus is something you can inject here, like the CMD bus, command bus. And now you can dispatch that command via the command bus. Via the execute method. It's something that implements the iCommand interface, so we need to have implementation of that class. And because we have in the CQRS pattern, we have that receiving an event, dispatching a command, and receiving another event. This is also called Saga pattern, and we've already done it in our services. So we're dispatching different events, but we can also decorate any of our methods with the Saga decorator. So the Saga decorator will make our method to be subscribed to all the events that are of some type, for example, of type by product event, and then make something on that stream and dispatching a command. For instance, you can have Saga, and you can have product by Saga, which is a function that receives observable of all the events. And will need to return something, which is like maybe some iCommand. Okay, it's not callable. Did you mean new? What the hell? It's like around. On that function, say that you need to make of type of some event, for instance, by product event. Well, it needs to implement the iEvent interface, so it may tell me some kind of things here, but I'm wrong because it's just a bare bone example here. And you can change another operator here and so on and so forth. So you can have natively Sagas implemented in your application and the CQRS pattern using the Saga decorator. There are a lot of things in Next.js, but we don't have the whole night to cover them. So I will just make a little bit of recap here. We've been talking about some things like controllers and get and post and server-sent events. Also, we have been talking about caching and cache keys, time to live for any of these caches, and so on. We have also seen that we can have the transformations using some interceptors, which also makes us to have serialized options and exposing of our properties in another way we need it. We've also been talking about validation of our request. Something that I cover was pipes. There another thing we can bind to your request, or not only to the request, but to the request. Usually it's a pipe. You can make validation pipe or transformation pipe. So you receive a request, bind the pipe, and the pipe transforms your request to another request. It also can be sent to the request body annotation here. Also, we've been talking about messages, sending messages and events via the event pattern or message pattern. On the top of that, we have been talking about the command and query separation CQRS pattern, which is natively made in the CQRS package in SJS with the command handler, query handler, or the Saga decorator. We also covered crons, intervals, and timeouts. I've only shown you the cron decorator, but you can use interval, for instance, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and so on and so forth. And all of that would not be possible if these objects were floating in our application. They need to be in a certain IOC container. So the main entry point in the Nest.js application makes an IOC container and put in this IOC all the classes that are decorated with the injectable annotations. So we are not controlling the environment. The Nest.js controls the environment, which is how all the proprietary frameworks like ASP.NET Core or Spring are making all the things here. You can see that our recap have only decorators. So the main point of my talk was that you can not write any code for infrastructure-based things, and you can only make business logic, and everything should be controlled by the aspect-oriented programming, decorators, and so on and so forth. So thank you guys for being here or being online. My name was Ivan Yonkov, and you can find me on LinkedIn or on my corporate email address, ivan.yonkov@kutexuvg. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
I have a question. So that was a lot to take in like one lecture, but my question is, if you have to say a single disadvantage of using Nest.js, what would that be beside the learning curve?
Well, single disadvantage of Nest.js is that it's not Spring or ASP.NET. Now, I cannot say we've been implementing Nest.js in maybe 3 of our projects extensively. They're highly based on microservices, and they have more of the features, not only these features that I have talked. And I don't see anything that is worse than using Express. The learning curve, it's easy to learn it's easy to learn most of the things, but some of the things are you need to check their commits in their rep. Yeah, I promised you to show you that GitHub Nest.js, there was a commit about that. If I can see it. This way in maybe. Okay, if you have any other questions, just tell me. I will make this one. We'll stop the projecting for maybe 10 seconds just to find something that I don't need to expose, maybe. So if there are any questions here, or maybe if there are questions in the stream or something else, you can tell me. Yeah, I'm duplicating my screen again. So we need to wait a little bit. Yeah, you can see that add response pass-through configuration property, which is committed 3 days ago. So some things are relatively new in that framework. That's maybe one disadvantage, that you need to stay up to date every day with the framework. It's not releasing versions every day. You can just stay on older version, but maybe you need to stay up to date, because a lot of enterprise features, a lot of things that are already covered in some other frameworks, like I already said, ASP or Spring, are just yet to come. And maybe in a year, this framework will be full-blown enterprise framework for every of your applications. Okay. Okay, do I need to change the stream to the other Q&A?
Yes, but thank you for your time and presentation.
Thank you, thank you. Depois amanhã que due vedo se riscavano Shadow.
Няма да има нищо на екрана просто. Това е the main issue.
Добре. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining JSTalks 2020. Our conference is going to its end. Thank you very much for the whole commitment. Thank you again to all our attendees, but especially thanks again to our community team, because without volunteers, without our team, it will be not possible to have this awesome conference. And thanks again to our speakers and our partners. I hope that you will have a good impression from this conference. We will ask you for feedback. We will send you feedback forms. And also with some of our partners, we will have again a raffle next week with attendees registered for the event. So stay tuned and take care on our news from webpage, from Facebook page, and from mailing list. And we will have again many new moments, new good moments next month. We will organize different events. Hope that you will join these events, and especially we are starting to plan our next JSTalks in November 2021. We will send you additional information very soon. Thank you again and hope to see you next year.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Busch Jaeger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, or Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to move for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
Devexa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. Devexa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
शहंशाह